Okay, good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get the meeting started. We're running a little behind. Okay, so I'd like to call this meeting to order. Ruth, would you please take the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Councilmember Roland Barrera.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Billy Lerma.
Here.
John Martinez. Here. Ben Molina.
Present.
Mike Pusley. Here. Greg Smith.
Here.
Peter Zanoni. Miles Risley.
Here. Present.
Mayor and council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Great, thank you, Ruth. Okay, Peter, so today.
Okay, great. Yes, good morning, Mayor and members of the council. So we have some good news this morning, which is this is the last work session.
Yay.
Right? Right. This is the last scheduled work session, I should say, with the City Council. So we do have a number of things on the lineup this morning. This is our 6th work session. So we want to compliment the council for being engaged. We did have 4 work sessions initially scheduled, but because of the council's desire to make sure they understood the budget, we actually
We're on
added
number
2 more.
6.
Right. So today we have some important things to cover. We're going to recap on the City Council budget. We talked about the constituent aids, but we have a few more items to talk to you about this morning on that council budget. We're going to spend some time and go nice and slow over the city property tax rate. Heather, our finance director, is going to go over that for us. Eddie will kind of recap on the fees, the fee adjustments and charges that are in our budget over the various funds. We're going to talk about the very exciting Economic Development Department for the city. We'll have that presentation. We'll show you the hotel occupancy tax, how it's distributed. At a later meeting, we're going to have Brett Otting, our CVB CEO, come and talk about the Visit Corpus Christi organization. That'll be in later in August. He'll come in as one of my city manager report items. And then we'll finalize with some of the wrap-up to include the community input wrap-up, potential adjustments to the budget, and then any potential amendments as well. So just as a word of a note, I guess, or a word of advice, we have over the next several days, the weekend, if there's questions from the council, myself and staff are always available. And then Tuesday, we'll have the first read on the budget. We can make changes on Tuesday if we need to, based on everybody's work over the coming days. And then the following Tuesday, the 6th of September, is when the budget will be adopted, as well as the tax rate and the fee adjustments. But again, even on that day, adjustments can be made. So don't feel that Tuesday is it. That's we have to rush for Tuesday. We do have time, and we're following state and our own ordinances. So with that, we're going to turn it over to Eddie, who's going to go over one slide. Everybody should have their material. And Eddie's going to recap the council office budgets.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Eddie Houlihan with the Office of Management and Budget. I too am pleased that this is the 6th and final workshop. Maybe not quite as pleased as y'all, but I...
We're going to have a fireworks show.
There we go. So we wanted to go over with you what changes were made to the City Council budget. First, a couple weeks ago, there was some discussion on the 2 positions to be added to the council for the constituent relations efforts. And so 2 positions will be added, and those 2 positions will report to the city secretary. And the cost of those 2 positions and some related a little bit of operating expenses with that are a little bit over $135,000.
Eddie, can you move the microphone to you? Yeah. And just as a change,
Sure.
Eddie mentioned it here, but to make sure we're aware, we initially had recommended a report to the city manager's office, but based on the council input, you felt it more appropriate that these 2 positions initially report to the city secretary. So we're in agreement with that, and we're stating that this morning.
Okay. Also, request was made by the city secretary's office for the car allowances, and so we did increase the mayor's car allowance by $50 a month, from $450 a month to $500. And the council members' car allowance was previously $350. We did also increase that by $50 a month to $400 per month. And then lastly, a request was made to increase the food budget for all the council meetings and some board and commission. So in order we run a little bit short this year. We had to go grab some money from other areas to pay for the food costs. So we're recommending that we increase the food budget that the city secretary pays for.
Great.
So that's all I have on the changes to the council. I'll stand by if anybody has any questions on that.
Is that based on premium gas or unleaded?
I think they went with the water
I drive a
burger.
big car. Great.
Hopefully it's not diesel gas, though.
$800 a month.
Okay, so for our citizens, the price of gas doubled, and we're going to increase our car allowance 10%. So we're looking after you, citizens.
Doesn't quite add up, does it?
Let me see here. I don't know, this says Wilson. Does somebody have their light on? You do? Yeah, you know, Ruth, maybe you can call them and let them, I think this is based on another committee, yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
In looking at the at-large, I think their I guess car allowance should be a little bit more than our, for the single-member districts. I mean, they have citywide positions. I don't know if that should be taken in consideration. I'm not at large, but I would imagine they're driving all over the city as to where I'm driving around my district. I maybe should consider giving them a little bit more.
Yeah, we can, that's a good idea. We could make that as an amendment for Tuesday, right?
Well, then mine would go up.
Well, that's what I was thinking.
We could
No,
do 450,
sir.
Nick, 450?
I think, and just
but I-
just
Yeah.
in fairness, I mean, I don't drive out to Cal Island quite often, and I don't
Right.
drive out to the island that often. So, but if the at-large members do, they should get a little bit more.
Yeah, we can do that. We'll recommend 450 for the at-large per month. So it'll be 400 for the single-member districts, 450, and then 500 for the mayor.
That's not mine. Well, anyway, I make that recommendation. Thank you.
So Eddie, when was the last time that the gas allowance for city council members was adjusted? Before any of us were born?
In a long time.
Well,
I've been here 20 years. I don't remember it ever being increased, but it could have been increased
Say
somewhere in that.
something
you
there.
know, I think though, one thing we should take into consideration, go ahead, is, that would be Gil. What is best practice though on this? I mean, you're basing this, and we appreciate this, but we're basing this on what it is today. If what it is today, to your point, Councilman, is 20 years behind,
Right.
Yeah.
then I think maybe you could look at what is a norm, right, for these numbers, and let's look at that, and then start, let's just update it.
I
to-
would
to
agree with
begin
that.
Let's just update
Okay.
it,
Yeah,
and then we'll look at where we should, right, based on what you find,
Okay.
what everyone should have.
We'll have HR, may already have that information, but
Okay.
we'll look into that.
Sure.
Well, the city secretary, she's the one that
Right.
came up. We'll check with the city secretary, see if she did some analysis.
Okay, right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, yes,
All
sir,
right.
go ahead.
Next, we're going to go over the city property tax rate. I'm going to hand off to Heather and let her go over that particular portion of the.
Good morning, Council and Mayor. Heather Hurlbert, Director of Finance. So we'll go over we're going to be talking about the property tax rate this morning. So I wanted to start out just with a little briefing, a little reminder on the definitions that we use as we talk about the tax rate. So the first, these definitions changed back in 2019 when the state implemented new terminology and some new methodology for the calculation of the property tax rate. So what used to be what's called the effective tax rate is now the no new revenue rate. And so that rate is the rate that produces effectively the same revenue on the same properties as the prior year. And so then moving on to the voter approval tax rate, which was formerly called the rollback tax rate. So this is the maximum tax rate that can be adopted by City Council without triggering an automatic election for approval. And then within both of those tax rates, you have two different parts of the tax rate. One is the maintenance and operation rate, which is the portion of the tax rate that is used for the maintenance and operations of the general fund. And so this rate is the rate that can only be increased by 3.5% over the prior year. It is not a straight 3.5%. There is some adjustments because we do have TERS, we do have tax ceilings, things like that. So there's a couple of adjustments that have to be made, and then that calculation is multiplied by 3.5%, and that is our maximum maintenance and operation rate that we can adopt. And then you have your interest in seeking rate. So our interest in seeking rate is, or INS rate, is what funds our debt service. And so our debt service is whatever the annual requirements are for the debts of the city that have been chosen to be covered by the INS rate. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we move along, but the city does have the choice of whether or not you pay for debt type items on the M&O side, or if they're eligible, you can move them over to the INS side and use that portion of the tax rate to pay for them. Yes, sir.
What is our NNR right now?
What is our M&O rate? Or
No, NNR.
our no new revenue rate
Yes.
is, it is 57, I'm sorry, I did not write that down.
Okay.
It's like 57 cents right now is our no new revenue rate,
So
57.
general fund and maintenance and operation are subject to the 3.5% revenue growth limitation,
Yes,
except for the differences you talked about, or the credits, I guess you would call them almost.
the adjustments, yes.
And we had some of that last year, if I remember correctly.
So we do every year because of the adjustments for the, because we do have the TERS, and so some of that revenue is, that revenue is backed out of there. So you take last year's M&O rate, you make those adjustments to it, and then you multiply it times the 3.5%.
Okay, if you could get those numbers for the NNR, Navarre, and all that, please. I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, Heather, I have them here.
Do you have
So,
them? Okay.
yeah, right. The NNR, or the no new revenue, would be 57.87 cents. And it has the M&O is reduced and the INS is reduced to get to that rate, so 57.87. Did you ask for another rate too, Councilman? Just that one? The
Sorry,
VAR?
Yeah, the VAR.
So, yeah, right now the voter approval tax rate is the 646264.
Okay. That's easy number to remember.
Which is the same tax rate that that council adopted last year.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure. So then moving in, just kind of the history on the truth in taxation. So the Texas Constitution does require that all local taxing units make the taxpayers aware of tax rate proposals and afford taxpayers the opportunity to limit tax increases. So we do have publication notifications that we have to do. There is a set form that is used for our taxes calculation for the no new revenue rate and the voter approval rate that all taxing entities must use. So it's a uniform calculation. The truth in taxation defines the process, where the process is you draft your budget, you calculate your tax rate, you publish your notices, you hold a public hearing, you adopt the tax rate, and if that tax rate is above the voter approval rate, then you are required to hold an election. There were a lot of sweeping changes with SB 2, which was adopted in 2019 legislative session. And so that was what changed the terminology, changed the timelines, modified the forms. And those forms continue to be modified. It seems like over the last 3 years, every year there's been another little tweak or another change to it as situations arise and the legislature decides that they're going to make, or the comptroller makes modifications to it.
I would just like to note that with that Senate bill, there were no changes by the state legislature on the mandated programs that cities and counties are forced to, and school districts are forced to abide by. There's no additional funding with that, so.
Exactly.
Yeah, and Councilman, I would submit there was actually an increase in unfunded mandates, right?
Yes. Okay, so then moving into the tax rate comparison. So in fiscal year 22 or tax year 21, the rate that was adopted by council is the 0.646264 cents per $100 valuation. That was divided between our M&O and IRS, with our M&O rate being 426806 and the INS rate being 219458. So this is what made up our tax rate that was adopted in fiscal year '22. As we prepared the budget, we internally estimated what the tax rate may or may not be, because unfortunately, the way the timing goes, we don't get those certified rolls until about the same time we're having to present a proposed budget. And so at the time the proposed budget was presented, we had not received the information and had not done the calculation to understand what our no new revenue rate or our voter approval rate may or may not be. So we did our best with the estimations. And so in looking at this, we calculated that the maintenance and operations rate would be limited to the 3,99312, and then our interest and sinking based off of our debt service requirements would be 220948 for a total tax rate of 620261. As we received the information in from the appraisal district and from the tax assessor collector and did the calculation, we saw the opportunity to be able to move some items within our operations that would qualify to be paid for with the INS rate or through debt service. And so the maintenance and operation rate could not change. That is set by that 3.5%. But we could move transition some expenses from our maintenance and operations side that would qualify to be paid for with the INS rate. And so based on that calculation, the interest and sinking rate of the INS rate was increased to 246952 for a total tax rate of 646264. So this does keep the tax rate at the same level as the prior fiscal year that was adopted by City Council. So the items that were transitioned from being paid by maintenance and operations over to be covered with the INS rate are listed here. And so the first item that was identified were our lease purchase commitments in the general fund. We had a total of $3.9 million worth of lease purchase payments that were, or commitments that were paid for through the M&O side within the operations. That is eligible to be covered by the INS rate. And so we transitioned that expense from our maintenance and operation over to the debt service side. The second item is the elimination of the transfer from the hotel occupancy tax fund to our debt service fund to cover the convention center debt payment. Those bonds that were issued were backed by the full faith and credit of the city, and so they are eligible to be paid for with the INS rate, which they were, but what we were doing is having the transfer from the hotel occupancy tax fund. This is a total of $2.1 million. And so this would free up funds over in the hotel occupancy tax fund to be able to use for some of the convention center needs and upgrades that the council has been considering and have been identified. Then the final item is the elimination of the transfer from the solid waste debt from the general fund to debt service fund. Again, the solid waste debt is issued by the full faith and credit of the city, and so it is being paid for with debt service, the INS rate. But we normally transfer funds over from the general fund to help cover that. By not doing all that transfer, we then open up capacity within the general fund for projects and needs within the general fund. So a total of $6.5 million was transitioned from either the general fund and or the hotel occupancy tax fund to be covered strictly through the debt service fund, which is equivalent of about 2.6 cents on the tax rate. So how we allocated that $6.5 million is currently in the budget as it stands. There is an amendment to be able to fund $2 million worth of drainage projects on North Beach. The $2.1 million is available now in the hotel occupancy tax fund for the convention center improvements and repairs. We have $1 million worth of budget amendments, which Eddie will talk about a little bit later on as we go through those amendments. There is a $700,000 adjustment for the percentage adjustment for streets for the transfer from the general fund to the streets fund. And then there's $700,000 worth of true ups. Again, these, Eddie will go into more details on these.
Okay.
So this does, this demonstrates how that $6.5 million was allocated within the general fund for these projects.
Councilman Pusley.
So the 2 million for the North Beach drainage, that will be in addition to the $1 million or another 2 million?
No,
5 million, okay.
Right, with the federal stimulus money, we earmarked 5. I think it was the day of the proposed budget, Councilman Lerma took me to the side and said, hey, this is a great budget, but Peter, I want you to find 5 more million for North Beach. We know we need money for drainage.
2.
That was a challenge. Well, he asked for 5, yeah. Right.
Right, but
Yeah, because we need more, right? We know that the estimates are in the 20 millions for drainage solutions, but it's going to be phased in over time. So we're able to recommend 2 today for North Beach drainage. So that plus the 5 from the stimulus money will give us a total of 7. That story I told, or the background is just to let people know. Councilman Lerman and I talked about it. He's a very vocal advocate for North Beach, and so through this, we're able to identify 2 million for North Beach.
Okay. And the final question, Kerry Robinson has spoken here in public forum and emailed, I think, all of us, and I've had at least one phone conversations about, there were some streets that were going to be, we had programmed to be paved, and she's saying that we've already paved them. Did you ever look into that, Peter?
Was it, you said Kay?
who?
Who was it again, Councilman?
Kerry
Carrie.
Robinson.
Okay, Carrie Myers, Carrie Myers and I talk quite a bit every week. So Carrie, in the bond program, the 2018 bond program, there's 3 street projects. And we had put them on hold in recent years because of the bridge project. However, after continued work with Councilman Lerma and Carrie and the Neighborhood Association, we believe we can advance those now and not wait for the completion of the bridge, especially with this breaking news from TxDOT.
Okay.
So 2 of the projects are street reconstructions, Beach, and I forget the other one, Gulf Spray. So those we're going to move forward on. There was a 3rd project that was going to help TxDOT pay for the exit ramp when you come off the bridge. But based on the design that TxDOT has finally ended up with, that's no longer needed, those dollars. So in a recent meeting that we had a couple Fridays ago with the Neighborhood Association on North Beach, we all agreed that one project will split amongst Gulf Spray and Beach and not do what they call the North Beach Access Road or something like that.
Okay, well, I think she was talking, I'll have to go back and look at the email. It was the street along that runs next to the Lexington, down on the far end closest to the aquarium.
Okay.
There was something about we had programmed to redo that street, and she said, well, y'all just did it. And she said the sidewalks of the street are fine, so why are you?
Okay, right, okay, that's a different story. So in the 2022 bond program, we have a reconstruction of a street. What's the name of it, Neiman? Surfside.
Surfside, okay.
So we know that Surfside has several intersections, and some of those intersections have been improved with the 2018 bond. What she's confused about and causing confusion on is that anything that has been improved already, we're not going to demo out and redo.
Okay.
But Surfside needs work identified in the bond program.
Okay.
And so we're going to do all the unimproved areas with that Surfside project. We're not going to, and this is important because the rumor keeps getting out there by others in North Beach, we're not going to be demoing out brand new sidewalks that we put in. We're not doing that.
Okay.
So the money in the bond program proposed for this November is to improve all those unimproved areas on Surfside, to include filling in sidewalk gaps and replacing the street, which is in real bad shape. You're right, that street takes you right to the main attractions on North Beach,
Right.
the Texas State Aquarium and the Lexington. So it's a very good project that the community supports, we support. There's just a little confusion that was caused, and we're trying to clarify that.
Okay, all right, well, I just wanted to make sure we were all up to
Right.
speed on that.
Yes, sir, I
and-
appreciate that.
And Carrie was okay.
Yeah,
All right.
she's fine.
Okay, thank you very much.
So, Peter, what, we have $5 million,
Right.
and we're proposing another 2.
We're recommending 2 more for a total of 7.
Right, but what is the plan?
Great
what are we
question. So,
doing?
right, what we promised Councilman Lerma and the community was by the end of August, we would come to the city council with a recommendation of how to move forward on North Beach. We know that in the past 2 years, we spent close to $1 million on studies, and we have 5 years of studies, so we're not doing any more studies.
Right.
What we're going to do next Tuesday is our consultant that we've hired and we've used in the past 2 years, MIG, who's from Berkeley, California, and has an office in San Antonio and has done work across the country. They have looked at all the design plans, all the engineering reports, and have a recommendation on how do we attack the drainage problem on North Beach. And that's what we're going to present next Tuesday. One thing to point out is that their first recommendation is there's no one solution. A navigable canal is not going to solve everything, or any type of canal won't. So they're going to talk about a 5-step process dependent on the area of North Beach.
And my
yeah.
concern, Peter, is this money sitting until we figure that, like, is this money gonna sit there?
No, this, so.
Instead of fixing streets somewhere?
Yes, no, so we're ready for action. We want to redevelop North Beach, like right now. So next Tuesday will be a presentation to City Council, no vote. The following Tuesday, we would recommend that City Council approve the action plan. And you'll see next Tuesday that MIG is recommending we start on the north side of North Beach because that's a little higher elevation. That's where a lot of improvements have been made recently. And so continue on the improvements there, putting in some type of a canal, a linear canal. I don't want to give away all the story, but a linear canal, a walkable canal that the community can use, and then elevating streets and other drainage options. So it's a practical and something we can fund. So the $7 million would go towards that. At the same time, we would implement those 2 2018 bond program projects that Councilman Pusley talked about. So that end of the peninsula
Right.
would see tremendous investment, upwards of plus 10 million with all this money that we have waiting and ready to use.
Right.
And then incrementally, we do more and more. We know that the bridge is an impediment to that to the south side of it. But there's a lot we can do. And then on the west side of the peninsula, that is a very low-lying, below sea level area that has to be elevated. It's also vacant, mostly vacant, so that gives us an opportunity to raise that. Whereas at the Texas State Aquarium and the Lexington area, those are already overdeveloped. And so there, they're recommending some type of pumping mechanism. We have to talk about a berm on the beach or some type of a seawall also, because we know coastal flooding is something that doesn't get alleviated with any type of solution I just talked about. So it's numerous steps, but they have a very thorough, and they talk about economic development benefit, cost, community activation. How can the community benefit from this?
Right.
We know that our CBB has said it many times, and we know it as professionals, and you all know it as council members, but when people travel, they want to go where the locals are. And so what Meg is recommending is solutions that will draw locals and have a massive local benefit. And then when visitors come here, they'll be excited about going there.
Well, and critically important is something that is actually attainable.
Exactly.
Not a pipe dream.
Yeah,
Something
exactly.
that we can actually do and, like you said, put into action.
Right.
I don't want to support anything where this money's gonna sit there for the next 5 years because
Right.
everybody's going back and forth about what should be there. And, we
agreed.
need to move forward. If we're gonna be reserving money before we even know exactly what the money's gonna be put towards.
Right.
Because that's what we're doing.
Right.
We're taking $2 million and we're holding this for a project that doesn't necessarily exist. But being that it's coming forth this Tuesday,
Yeah.
I would encourage, that we all move forward with something that's actually affordable and sustainable and something that is actually realistic.
Right.
And I know you feel the same, obviously, as a city manager, but.
Exactly, we do. We know, again, last week, we were reminded that the entire city has drainage issues.
Right.
So
I was
something
gonna
that's
say.
affordable may not be the right word, but that's achievable, that we can do, and we can benefit right now in this
Right.
decade, not 2-3 decades from now. And one other fact is that the community on North Beach, who we have engaged with MEG over the past several months, they are supportive of a practical solution.
Right.
Not something that we
Practical.
can't afford.
That's the word, practical, okay.
Right, so you're going to see next Tuesday what we present. They are very much in support of that.
Okay.
Even Carrie Myers is, and she's told me
Well,
several
and
times.
there are a lot of other people on North
Yeah.
Beach than just Carrie Myers. Respectfully, I say
Right.
that. But there's a lot of other people on North Beach that have different perspectives. So I would refrain from using one person's name because
Right.
we could all
Well,
bring
being a
up,
vocal person, right, but let me replace that then with the Neighborhood Association on North Beach,
right.
who Councilman Lerman and I have met with on numerous occasions in his tenure here.
That's
They're
probably better
supportive
to
of it.
reference. Yeah.
Right. Mhm.
Okay. Councilman Smith.
Thank you. And you know, I want to reiterate that there's drainage problems all over this city, and we had that $5 million allocated from the ARPA or whatever the fund was. I was in contact with our stormwater people this week over an ongoing drainage problem. We had water in the house of a garage with it, and you know, $5 million already been allocated. We're at another $2 million. We got, I think most of this council got surprised about the Rod Field project on there. And my concern is when we're going in these 7-digit kind of numbers with it, how are we looking at it? So like you said, we got drainage all over. How's the decision being made? Because it definitely wasn't made at the council level. For these kind of projects with it. Personally, I rely a lot more on staff with it for suggestions. Maybe I've been wrong in doing that, we're more of a council that ought to be, you know, trying to earmark for our individual districts rather than looking at the city as a whole. And you know, when we're talking drainage, we need to be looking at the city. Where on the list is this project? If we're talking about streets in industrial areas or commercial areas, where is this on the project rather than having advocates in one area? In these two instances, I don't see that. Is that happened? Do we have a master list of what's our most important drainage? We have a master list of what are most important commercial streets to be done?
Yeah, Councilman, so just sticking on the drainage, we do have a list. So our Gabriel Hinojosa, who's our interim public works director, who formerly was still over drainage, we do have a list, and the top couple of those projects are being addressed with dollars also from the stimulus money. I think we allocated close to $5 million, I think over $3 million, I think is what it was actually. So those two are being addressed, including close to your district, the Williams ditch, the Williams drainage system, and another one, and those are actively being reconstructed or constructed, and permits are being sought. So we know that in my 3 years here, North Beach has been up here amongst all the council members. This is a recommendation. We're not saying, because you all have to vote on it. This is a staff recommendation to say $2 million for North Beach because we finally have a plan to move forward. But as we said at the Monty Park, you can have a plan, but if you don't have money, we're not getting anything done. So this money would go towards what is at least a minimum of a $20 million solution. The 5 plus the 2 will get us through the first couple of years, and we'll still have to look for additional monies.
Well, and I know when we set up TERS 4, the reason that the $42 million was there is that was the financing capability of the TERS. That was what that TERS was originally set up to do,
Right.
are these public improvement projects and not swimming pools for RV parks.
Swimming pools?
Yeah,
Where, at the North Beach?
North Beach, the 319,000 or 29,000 we approved on that, but
I'm out.
Oh,
Okay.
right. for
Yeah.
the chairs.
that's a different story, but that was the original intent of TERS 4, which I seconded the motion for it, with it. So, you know, this is a TERS that can go a long way to improve that and improve the tax valuations in North Beach with it.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
thanks.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, and I had this, have to thank Constance and Heather for talking to me yesterday evening about some of this stuff, but after looking at this, I don't necessarily agree that the hotel occupancy tax, the transfer should, you know, we should transfer that over. If anything, we should lower the rate by those 84 cents as opposed to do that transfer. That's just, I mean, if we're going to use hot tax for a convention center, that's what it should be used for. And I understand we have challenges there, but I don't know what that all is yet. We haven't gotten the report from the Hunden Group yet, unless you know something I don't.
Yeah, we know we have some substantial,
Right.
even without the report, the roof hasn't been replaced in 40 years. The chiller one of them has been down for 8 years. There is no kitchen, so.
So, I mean, but this, I mean, since we are paying for this out of the hot tax, I mean, then just to move that over to the general fund, you know, and I understand we're to to me, this is kind of like moving stuff over so we don't pay for it out of the M&O fund, so we can maintain the same tax rate and kind of, do the financial jujitsu to kind of circumvent the 3.5% increase. I would recommend that stays with the hotel occupancy tax, and then we lower the I guess the no new revenue tax rate to where by that 0.84 cents.
Okay, Councilman, and Heather's presentation, she'll get to that point, that we have that as an option for the consideration of the council.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. I just did want to point out that we know that this council has asked to you have asked me to focus on the convention center about a year ago, and we've done that. We replaced the managing operator with one of the best in the country. But we do know the facility, like some of our other assets, has suffered from decades of neglect. And what I said, without even having the report, we have a roof that is aged and leaking. We have a chiller system that's not working properly because one of the units is broken. And the kitchen has pretty much been gutted out, so we need a brand new kitchen to be able to provide meals to get people and hospitality services to get those conventions back. And that report's coming. That report's coming.
Like everything, Peter,
Right.
we can't do it all at once, right?
We can't. Well,
So-
$2 million probably that's not even enough for the roof or the kitchen. So, yeah. These are not just, but these are recommendations to address what we know from the city council as a policy body, and then from the staff professional assessment. That we're just bringing ideas and options to address these issues.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Lerma.
Thank you, Mayor. Since I've been a council member, I've been advocating for the North Beach Drainage Canal Project from the beginning. Grateful that we put $5 million from a year ago to that system. But we know that it's going to cost 20, 30, 40 million. I don't know exactly what it's going to cost. Hopefully we'll find that out when Mig gives us the report on that. But you can't do anything if nothing's gotten started. We started with a plan that this council had several years back on a canal project. They voted on it. We've been sitting on it. It's time to stop kicking the can forward, like many of you say here on this council. It's time for action. In this, by allocating $2 million more to this project, that's action, that we're ready. You have to have startup monies. $5 million probably is not enough. I wish we could have 10, 15 million already start up, because it's going to take that to start the first phase, basically, in my opinion, from what Peter and I have been talking about. I'm a big supporter of this, and I think the council is a supporter of this too, because of the reason that they voted for a canal several years back. We just need to come up with the funding. So Peter's coming up with phase funding, and I think that's important for us to be united behind the North Beach Canal Project that has been for decades ignored out there. Decades. I'm proud of the council that they're moving forward on looking at the option. Finally, Mig is going to come up and present. We finally have a plan. Before we didn't have a plan, we just had a vision, and our vision was way up, money that we can't afford. But now that Mig's gotten involved and they come up with a plan for us, that's a great thing. I'm looking forward to see it. I haven't seen it, but we're going to do something. We're going to actually move forward and have some action on North Beach, and I think that's important for the people in North Beach, but not only the people in North Beach, because that's a tourist area. That's the important part that this city needs to understand. 800,000 people come and visit North Beach, the Lexington and the aquarium, a year. Mm-hmm. If we can increase that by 200,000 more, 1 million people, that is awesome for the city of Corpus. That's the plus, the tourist. It's a tourist location. First thing people are going to see, the first gateway into Corpus Christi from Highway 181. We've got a great-looking lighthouse out there that's going to attract more people. We need to have our streets ready, but we need to have drainage so our streets don't flood. Vehicles should not have to be driving through 6 inches of salt water, anybody's vehicle. So I'm in great support of this. Thank you, Peter, for you and your staff. And I look forward to moving forward on it. Thank you.
All right, thank you,
Thank you,
Councilman.
Mayor.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
You know, I just want to somewhat echo those comments. I think we were pigeonholed, I guess now 4 years ago, into placating a loud group, and I think we let that go on for a long, long time, and I think that's where we came up. And I had said, bring us something, and I'm happy to hear that you've engaged some trusted professionals to be able to come up with a process so that because I had always said I was committed to solving the drainage. So I have some mixed emotions, but I'll support this here. And the reason being is because I just don't want us to get into the point, and I also have been the recipient of the squeaky wheel syndrome, you know, whereas, you know, I tug on you and tug on you and tug on you, and nobody does it better than the mayor, I have to say that, of having projects that we do there, and she does it well. So, but I think, once again, what happened on North Beach is we were trying to placate a loud, boisterous group, and we didn't have a true solution. And so we used politics to try and circumvent that, and it's taken us 4 years to get here. So I agree with what you're doing here, but I just want to reiterate, and I think it's the same thing. You know, it's just like any, you know, I say in my business, I'm not the cheapest. Now, I can't compare to taxes, but the thing is are people getting value of what they pay for? So I think with this, hiring trusted professionals to move forward, we're going to get value on it. I have confidence that you're going to do that. Hopefully, we'll see that in the next presentation. Yes. The same thing with regard to the convention center improvements. I think now we've invested with Oakview Group, and we want to have, you know, we're going to have Reba McIntyre out there. We had Jason Aldean, and, you know, we have the university that utilizes those facilities, and we need to have a first-class facility to be able to do that. So if we're not going to pass on any increase to the taxpayer, then I think that's a good utilization of that to reinvest, because that's our commitment to reinvest. So anyway, my comments.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Okay, Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, I agree. It's all great. We're moving this forward. I'm very excited to hear the proposal next week. You know, I want to applaud Peter, you and your staff, and Councilman Lerma and the council for taking these steps to make the improvements on North Beach. Because I will tell you, back in about 2008, 2009, when I was going over to North Beach meeting with those folks, the city wasn't answering their phone calls. And that's an absolute truth statement. I think any of them would. And so the city has really stepped up to the plate here. It won't all happen overnight. I recognize that. But I think the council's courage to move forward on a stormwater, a fair stormwater valuation and rate adjustments to help provide stormwater treatment all across the city will eventually catch up. And we've got a long way to go in a lot of areas in this city with respect to stormwater treatment. So, but that was a decades-old issue that the city never had the courage to attack, and we've done that now, and so that will help as well. And I agree, the convention center had become an embarrassment in this city. Yeah. And that is, as a council, we have a responsibility to care for the items that taxpayers pay for in this city, including, you know, the convention center and Selena Auditorium and all those surrounding areas. But we just have to get that done. We either have to get it done or close the place down. I mean, that's your two options.
Right.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you. I'm not looking as much as the details, and I'm really glad we're moving on a North Beach that is practical and capable on that. And anything I say, I've always supported that. You know, meetings we had last year and things, particularly now with what's going on with the bridge, that's one more nail in the canal on there, not having that necessary right-of-way available to whenever the bridge comes down, whatever decade that is, on there. But I do want to speak up for all of those homeowners that are getting a big tax bill. And when you presented the city manager budget on there, and we're seeing today what the result of that budget that was presented to us, and when I went to the budget meetings and things like that, to our citizens on there, we were going to have a tax rate decrease. And so we know the number you presented today, 62 cents, that was based on the original budget that was presented on there. And I think we need 11.5% overall appraisal increases, and if we keep this rate, that's not a good thing. And I will not support it on there. I supported the 62 cents, or not the 62 cents. I supported the city manager's budget presented to us on there. I thought it was reasonable with it. We got another $7 million in additional revenue, not counting sales tax revenue, and other just on the property tax with it. You brought up 57 cents if we went to the, whatever you call it these days and times. I just can't keep track of them. At least we don't have golden pennies and copper pennies like school districts. But still, we've got a range. The current rate, 64%. That's tagging on a burden to our taxpayers, and a bottom of 57. I support the 62. And how we come up to the 62, you got it when you did your original budget on there. You know, I'm pretty comfortable with that. But I cannot support keeping our current tax rate when we had an 11.5% increase in our ad valorem rates. So I can support 62, the 62.0 whatever, because that's what we talked about originally on there. When I went to the budget meeting, you know, that's what I'm thinking. Otherwise, I think we should have told our citizens out there that we're going to go outside the spirit of the law, maybe not the letter of the law, by doing these transfers on there again. So every project's a good project. We could spend another $1 billion. We talked about that yesterday and kind of things, but we do have to keep our citizens and our taxpayers 11.5% in a highly inflationary environment in mind. Anyway, thanks.
Okay, I think that's all the comments.
Okay. So just as we continue talking about the tax rate, just some general facts. So the average taxable home value for tax year 22 or fiscal year 23 is $185,183. So that's based off of the appraised values across the city for residential property. Each penny on the property tax rate generates approximately $2.5 million worth of property tax revenue. And then in addition to that, because of the industrial districts, each penny for pilot, which is the payment in lieu of taxes, generates approximately $457,000 in revenue.
I just want to highlight that last bullet that Heather went over. Just this city is unusual compared to other cities where we do have a pretty big industrial partner group here, and they do have what we call that pilot, the payment in lieu of taxes. They're basically not in the city limits. They've annexed out over time. But any reduction in the tax rate would also benefit them. So every 1 cent reduction means close to over $450,000 we don't collect anymore from the big industry that's here. It's just important to highlight that.
Okay. And just to kind of talk about, just to frame taxes in general. So as Councilmember Smith mentioned, you know, we have had feedback on the amount of property taxes that people pay. But when you look at what the city portion of that is, out of the total tax bill, the city portion is only 25%. When you look at the total tax bill, the school district, CCISD, for example, is 48% of that. The city of Corpus Christi is 25%. Nueces County, their farm and market road and hospital district is 16%. And then Del Mar College is 11%. So while we can adjust our tax rate up or down, the effect on the total tax bill only accounts for about 25% of that tax bill.
There's a question. Councilman Hunter.
Sorry. I apologize. I know I ask this every year. I don't know. I can't remember the numbers. Kind of like me with breakwaters yesterday. compared to other cities, how does this breakdown of the dollar work? Or
It's very typical. If you look across cities, school
districts
districts are
always
usually
get
about
50%?
50% of the tax bill, yeah.
okay, thank you.
And then depending on whether or not you have a community college district or not, a lot of times it's kind of that additional 50%. If you just have a county and city, maybe like a 30-20 split.
right.
If you have a community college district, then it skews it a little bit.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, just about anywhere in the state of Texas, we actually collected numbers on that once, and it's 50% everywhere. Heather, were the school districts subject to the Senate Bill 2 changes with respect to the 3.5% limit?
They are, yes. And they've got additional, and I'm sorry, I'm not as educated on that, but they do have additional restrictions having to do with their debt service side and capital improvements and things like that. In addition to that, they have what they term as the Robin Hood. So then they look at total student population, how much taxes are collected, and then a portion of that may or may not go back to the state in addition to that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Heather. Oh, wait, whoops. I think yeah.
I'd already advanced the slide. So looking at our options. So option one, which is the staff recommendation, is that we adopt the current tax rate of 646264. This is the same tax rate that was adopted last year by City Council for the fiscal year 22 budget. Option number two would be to reduce the property tax rate by 1 cent. If we did that 1 cent, then what our recommendation would be is that we do transfer money from the hotel occupancy tax fund to the equivalent of the $2.1 million. Now, there had been some discussion on the effect of this on our average homeowner, and so a 1 cent reduction would save the average homeowner $1.54 monthly, or about $16 annually. Then looking at option number three would be reduce the property tax rate by 2 cents. And so what we would do is then transfer the money from the hotel occupancy tax fund into the general fund, in addition to transferring $2.9 million of the lease payments back to the general fund. And then we would need to cut $2.9 million worth of current funding out of the general fund to be able to create that capacity for those lease payments. So the 2 cent reduction would save the average homeowner 3.08 cents monthly, or about $36 per year. And then it would require $2.9 million in reductions in the general fund to be able to create that capacity to move those over.
Okay. And so that 2.9 million,
Right.
we would have to decide.
We'd have to decide, so we could start, with the amendments, so like the 2 million for North Beach may not, be materialized. We do have a series of amendments recommendations in the budget. We could look at that list too. So we would, depending on council policy discussion today, we could present some options to council for that. But you can see what Heather showed, that the average homeowner, based on that $185,000 or so value home, would benefit $1.54 per month when you reduce the tax rate 1 cent. Right. And then a 2 cent would be $3 a month. And we do need to be mindful, the industrial district partners would have a $500,000 reduction if we did 1 cent. So with a 2 cent reduction, we would collect $1 million less from the industrial groups out there.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Heather.
Sure. And so to finish up the presentation, so as I said, our recommendation is that we keep the tax rate the same as in fiscal year 22 at the 646264 per $100 valuation. So that does conclude my presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, thank you. And Mayor, going back to this 0.84 cents, it doesn't have to be specifically 1 cent. I think it could be just the amount that's for the hotel occupancy transferred over. I looked at the capital improvement plan, and there is, we don't really have anything planned yet for American Bank Center. There's 2 projects here for the terrace and suite enhancements, which has already been done in prior expenditures. And then there's one for just maintenance upgrades of $2.9 million, with programming for $2 million going down for each of the successive years. We just don't have the plan in place yet for American Bank Center. So, I mean, even if we did this, it would still be a year before we start really doing anything. So I think with that in mind, I mean, and ultimately, capital improvement projects on something like that is going to be much bigger than the $2 million, or $2.1 million. I think for the purposes of what we're trying to accomplish, I think that would be adequate in terms of not only reducing the tax rate, but also trying to reduce some of our own debt with the lease expenditures, as well as some of the other general obligations that we're trying to reduce. But if we can keep that in the hot tax, at least that's a separate source of funding that is not coming from our citizens directly. So
Okay.
I make that recommendation.
That's a recommendation. She'll
Thank
take
you.
it. Okay, thank you. I think that's all the questions, Heather.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Our next, Eddie's going to come back up and talk about fees and adjustments. Some of these, the directors, as they have been presenting the budget, were presented, and then some we're going to present today for the first time, although they are in the budget document, but we just want to make sure they're clear to the city council. Eddie?
All right, good morning again. The first fee change we have here, and this is one that I don't believe you heard before, is an EMS fee increase of about 3%. This fee hasn't been increased since 2018. This would generate about $200,000. And I think y'all discussed before what the collection rate is on EMS, and this is nowhere near. Generates about $7.5 million EMS fees. Of course, the cost to run EMS services are far in excess of that. The total for our budget is about $74 million. So this inches a little bit closer to recovering a little bit more of those fees, or those costs for the EMS services.
And it would be, if they use Medicaid, it would be Medicaid reimbursable, right, Chief? Okay.
The next item you have heard before, this is solid waste fee increases. The residential, monthly residential has not been increased since, in 4 fiscal years since 2019. So these fees were discussed at length during that presentation. These generate a couple of $2 million, fuel increases, labor cost increases, and various operating increases. Their total budget is about $30 million, so inflation is somewhere around the 9 or 10% range. So just inflationary pressures alone would increase the solid waste budget close to $3 million. So these fees were, like I said, were talked about at length in the first workshop. Development services, as you recall, in fiscal year 22, they laid out a 4-year plan to increase their fees a little bit each year. They've been, again, talked about last year and also discussed during the development services workshop. During the discussion, council did request that we come back to you and present some options on inspectors, the inspectors that inspect public improvements. So Brett's here and is going to go over a couple of options with you that we have to increase inspectors for those particular projects. So I'm going to let Brett come up and.
Well, while Brett's coming up, there's two pages of development services fees, and Brett's going to start us off on page 19. But just to remind the council, last year when we talked to the development community, when Al Raymond and his team did, we negotiated with them, and everybody agreed on a 4-year phase-in instead of increasing the fees all in 1 year. And so the 23 budget is year 2 of that 4-year phase-in. And yet again, Wendy Herman hasn't called Councilman Barrera, so I think we're okay. We've spoken with her and others in including Bart Brazelton, who's the Coastal Bend Builders Association president, and the supportive of the incremental approach. That takes us to slide 19. Brett's going to go over what City Council asked for, which is when developers construct new subdivisions up to this current year, the taxpayer paid for the inspection, which is about $1 million a year. And so similarly, we have an agreement to have the developers pay for that like other cities do in the country. And we have a 4-year phase-in on that. But the council asked, can we get a more robust inspection program? Councilman Smith has been vocal on this. And so that's what Brett's going to present now, 2 options that the development community would pay for, as other cities do across the country.
Right, thanks, Peter. Good morning, Mayor and Council. So Peter just kind of touched on it. On this slide, you see the current fee breakdown based on the year 1 of the incremental fee structure. So you have the proposed fee, which will be the FY23 fee for the public improvement plat, the one without plat, with plat, and then if you go over the 24 acres. And these were all pre-approved. Last week, I had our team had presented the construction inspection team. So we currently have 9 inspectors that work on residential and commercial properties. 6 are full-time, 3 are at approximately 50% effort dedicated to these projects. And when you run, when you look at the costs associated with those inspectors, it's approximately $700,000 annually, which is a number that we use to calculate the fee as part of the 4-year assessment. And you can see the yearly breakdown in the chart below, starting with FY22 going through FY25.
So that, Brett, that chart in the yellow color, that's the fee we will be collecting from the...
That is the estimated revenue that will be collected through the fees.
Right, through the fee from the development community.
From the development
So in
community,
this
that's
year,
correct.
we collect $350, whereas in 2021, it was 0. And you can see Brett mentioned the cost is about $700,000, so gradually over the 4 years, they'll pay for these 9 inspectors at 100%. But it's a 4-year phase-in. So what Brett's going to talk about now is increasing the robustness of the inspections.
Right, and just to clarify too, the commercial properties are also included in this, right? So we collect residential and commercial, so that's how we come up to this number. So it includes both.
I'm sorry, can you?
Yes,
go back?
ma'am.
Okay, so you have a total of 9, and these are the inspectors we were talking about,
Yes, ma'am.
right?
Yes, previously, so we have 9 currently working, but only 6 are 100% dedicated to commercial and residential. And then we have 3 that are working on facility, commercial, or capital improvement facility projects, as well as subdivision and commercial properties. So it equates to about 50% of their time is spent on residential and commercial properties.
3.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then what is it currently? What are we adding?
So currently we have 9.
9.
The proposed,
Right.
what we're proposing, we have multiple options that we're going to propose, which will show 100% dedicated inspectors to only commercial and residential, so there won't be any part-time.
Right.
And that's what we're going to show on the coming
Next.
slides.
Oh, sorry, I'm
Yes,
ahead.
ma'am.
I'm sorry, okay,
No problem.
thank you.
Okay, so based on y'all's request, we went back and we evaluated what it would take to provide a more time allocation to both residential and commercial properties. So we went back and we evaluated multiple scenarios, ranging from what our current condition is up to having 14 full-time inspectors perform this work. Some of the key information that we use to help develop this chart you see is, 1, we have 45 active projects right now. 19 are subdivisions, 26 are commercial projects. And then the second item is, when you look at how much time we spend on our commercial projects currently, it averages to about 30 minutes spent per commercial project. And that's pretty consistent across the board, whereas subdivisions, it can range anywhere from 45 minutes up to over 3 hours, depending on the size of those projects. So what we did on this is we assumed that that's not going to change. The amount of time we spend on commercial projects is going to stay consistent. So we're assuming we're always going to be spending approximately 0.5 hours on any commercial project. Using that information helps us define the amount of hours we will be able to spend on subdivision projects as we increase our full-time employees. So from this chart, we picked 2 scenarios we felt provided the best options. That is scenario 3, which assumes that we'll have 10 full-time inspectors. And then scenario 6, which assumes we're going to have 13 full-time inspectors.
And Brett, on this table here, well, it has several columns. The last two are probably the most important.
That's correct.
Where the time spent, you can see the first row, current condition. So today, is this a daily number, the 2.75?
Yes, sir, this is per day.
Right, so per day, we're spending 2.5 hours in a subdivision and about a half an hour at a commercial site. And that issue is, are we there enough? Is this the root cause of street failure before homes are even finished being built? And so Brett's options of scenario 3 would take us to 3.5 hours at a subdivision. Scenario 6 would be almost 5 hours, 4.8 hours.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Three,
He's
okay.
And he's going to go over that. So on that blue table, the blue chart, the current conditions, the first row, and then there's numerous scenarios of how many people you add. Brett's recommending, and Jeff Edmonds, to look at scenario 3 and 6. And that would increase the staff from 7.5 inspectors to 10 or to 13. And Brett's going to go over that in detail in the next 2 slides.
So under scenario 3, where we have 10 full-time inspectors, it will come at a cost of approximately $361,000. So that's taking a look at their salaries, all the other indirect costs, as well as equipment costs, trucks, et cetera, to get them established. That equates to $361,000. By adding this, as Peter just mentioned, it's going to give us approximately an additional 1 hour per day per subdivision that an inspector would be able to spend on any given project. Now, on the chart on the right-hand side, you can see that for FY23, based on the current fee structure, we would be looking to recover approximately $467,000. With this enhancement, that number would go up to $828,000.
But I'm sorry, Brett, what is that number?
That is based on the,
But what is it?
so it's going to be based on the current structure. So using the fees that we currently have in place, we would estimate that our revenue is going to be approximately $467,000, just based on current conditions. Once we increase to, if under this scenario, if we increase to 10 full-time employees, we would be looking to recover the entire $361,000 for these employees, plus what we would have recovered based on the current fee structure. So we would be looking to recover 100% now, as well as it's approximately 67% that is shown on year 2 for the breakdown. Because when you look at FY25, that is assuming 100% of the fee collected. So I think for let me go back up here. So when you look at the public improvement without a plat in FY25, we would be we're looking to recover $350 per plat. For public improvement with a non-preliminary plat, that number is $450. And then for the plus anything over 24, it's going to be $50. So we've broken that incrementally up over 4 years. So right now, we're only recovering 67% of what that FY25 number will be. So that's what you're seeing on this slide is currently we would recover 466, which is approximately 67% of the $700,000 of my current staff.
It's important to note the shortfall is being made up, split evenly between public works and utilities.
Right, so we would be looking to recover, if we went with scenario 3, 100% of those additional 3 employees, and then 67% of the seven and a half that are currently working. That's how this number came to be. Okay. And then for scenario number 6, which is our second option, assumes that we're going to have 13 inspectors dedicated, which comes out to approximately $756,000 increase. Again, that's for salaries, indirect cost, equipment. And under this scenario, we would increase the amount of time available to spend per subdivision by 2 hours per day. And based on the increase, the new and costs would be approximately 1.22 million. So we would, assuming we accept one of these options, we would have to go back and revise the current fee structure to show us the new numbers to recover these costs.
But what is, Brett, what is, this is based, like, your recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Where would this, like, in other words, this, what was it? 2 hours? No, you just, how many hours?
So,
Time.
so under scenario 3, if you look at the column that says time per subdivision, so you would see scenario 3, we could spend approximately 3.53 hours per subdivision, and under our current condition, we're doing approximately 2.47.
So is that,
So it's a little over an extra hour per
but is
subdivision.
that, where does that lie on the scale of, we're almost there? You know what I mean? How many
Right.
inspectors should
We-
we have?
So personally, with my team, we feel like we should be spending 3 to 4 hours on a subdivision. Once you get, if you get into 5 or 6 hours, it may be inappropriate because there may not be enough activity to justify spending that much time.
Okay.
We feel like 3 to 4 hours is the sweet spot where we would need to be in order to provide the maximum benefit. If we go any higher than that, we feel like we wouldn't be using our time efficiently.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Are you recommending scenario 3 then, Brett, or 4?
Well, I think,
Yeah,
I
would
think
say
3,
4.
I think 3 is good. I think in scenario 6, it may be a little bit too much time spent. Now, granted, every subdivision project is different. You're gonna have some that are massive that may actually require 5 or 6 hours, but then you're gonna have others that maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours is appropriate, but over, collectively, your average should be 3 to 4 hours, I think.
So what are they doing if, let's say, there wasn't a,
They may spend more
project.
time on the commercial project, or if the workload didn't demand it, maybe we assign, right now, and you can see too, under the column that says subdivision projects per inspector or commercial projects per inspector, maybe the per project, or project per inspector number could go up. For instance, if you're given a bunch of subdivisions that maybe don't require that amount of time, maybe we assign more commercial jobs or subdivision jobs to account for that time. But if you get those larger ones, we might pull off and say, okay, we're gonna give you less projects than you currently have to make sure you have the time necessary to perform the inspections.
Right.
So, unfortunately, this isn't a one-size-fits-all. It's kind of, it varies greatly with commercial and residential projects. They're all different. They're all different scales. This is just the best guess at our current snapshot on.
so let me ask you this. Is this, and I know we were there before, where we would contract inspectors. Because of what you just said, and we did that. There were peak times where we had inspectors coming in and supplementing our projects, right?
Yeah, this is, several years ago, we probably had a third of our staff in that organization were working under contract.
Right. Is that not a better, based on the expense here?
I think we're saving money by insourcing that. And a couple of things. It did require a lot of management bandwidth to keep competing those contracts and managing those contracts and making sure you recompeted in time before you run out of contract capacity. It was a lot of administrative burden that we don't have with FTEs. If you had a situation where your work load was fluctuating a lot, there might be some advantages to contracting because you can engage those people and release those people a lot easier, but we're really not in that reality. It's been pretty steady and increasing both on capital side as well as this development activity.
And my team can cross-pollinate. So if, for instance, I have certain staff, for instance, on subdivision commercial properties, and maybe the workload's not there to justify having an inspector dedicated to that, we can always send them over to work on streets projects, facility projects, others, to keep them busy and performing the work we need. And, And if that was to happen, then we can come back and always reevaluate the fee to make sure that we're not charging them more than what's necessary for us to recover the revenue that's needed.
Right. Okay, okay. Councilman Pusley?
Well, you know, these fees, when you use the term, this is gonna be charged to developers, this is all gonna be passed through. The homeowners are gonna pay these fees. So that gets, that's absolutely what's gonna happen. So it makes the cost of homes higher. So I talked to Mr. Browson about this issue the other day at length. And so what are we going to do to improve the technology, I guess, so to speak, of how our inspectors do something? So currently, you know, an electrical inspector goes out, and I'm assuming, Brett, this includes plumbing inspectors, electrical inspectors, or is this just?
This is only public improvements, so it's all your utilities, your streets, curb, gutter, signs.
This is
Okay.
infrastructure that
This is
becomes the maintenance
infrastructure
responsibility of the
inspectors?
city.
So where does the inspectors for the construction of the houses fall into?
That's development
Development
services.
services.
Okay, so it's not only this fee that gets added to the cost of the house, but then that fee also comes in.
Correct. And the change that's happening, this has been an unresolved issue for probably over a decade. And that this function resided in engineering because it looks a lot like what we do on our capital projects. So there's some synergies to have it co-located and co-managed. But when our budget would be approved, there was no external funding for this. And it's not appropriate to charge it to the capital projects. It's not appropriate to charge this activity to a bond project.
Right.
So we would run deficits on our budget. And at the end of the year, they would go in and the utilities would pay it. And then 2 years ago, you know, in reorganization, we moved storm drainage out of the water utilities. And we came up with a formula. We said, look, it's streets, water, wastewater, stormwater. You know, that splits between public works and utilities. Let's just split it in half. So last year, it wasn't really budgeted this way. They've been going in and getting salary savings and whatever every quarter to pay for this. But in essence, the homeowner is paying it. The existing homeowner is paying on their property tax bill and on their water and sewer bill.
Right.
Now, the decision was made last year, let's start recovering this from the people that benefit from it, which is people that are taking vacant, fallow farmland and turning it into lots that you sell for, you know, dramatically higher prices, right? And
Okay.
and that this is just part of the cost of doing business and developing land.
Okay. So these time scenarios that you've put here where the amount of time the inspector would spend on the job, is there anything we're doing in-house to help shorten those times, to make them more, I guess, technologically advanced, if you will, other than just somebody standing around writing on things on a clipboard?
You say make them as efficient as possible and, you know, ensure, I mean, in essence, what we're trying to do is ensure the materials and workmanship and that
Right.
it doesn't become a liability
Yeah.
for us. That we
And I
have
agree
premature
with that. I think
failures.
that's something the city has needed to do for a long, long time.
So Councilman, we do have, all of my inspectors, you know, we have laptops, we have iPads, they have phones. So they have everything they need document-wise at their fingertips on site, so they don't have to carry around, you know, notepads and stuff, go back and forth to the office. So they have everything that they need. In addition, we also have enhanced our programs. So we have eBuilder that helps us load information up, you know,
Right.
online, so we don't have to just do it at the office. So we've made enhancements to how we do business that have helped and made us more efficient.
Okay.
Right, that e-builder is something you just started a year ago, Brett, or so?
A little over a year ago, yeah.
Right, Brett recommended that. We didn't have it before, so they were kind of using paper and pen notebooks. But with e-builder, it's an electronic system
Yes, sir.
where the project, everything's documented. So if somebody leaves, you don't have to try to search their computer for an Excel spreadsheet
Right.
or their notebook.
So
Everything's
project management system.
Right, project
Yeah.
management system. That's a good term. Thank you, Councilman. So that's something we implemented, plus all their technology they use in the field. Right.
So does that same thing apply to the inspectors that Development Services are using?
I don't think they use eBuilder, because that's a
No,
project management system, but they have to make advancements there as well, and they have begun that at Development Services, doing inspections in the field with an iPad, using pictures and downloading it.
And that was the thing that Mr. Browston brought up that, you know, is a big concern for them is the time it takes the builders to turn around. So if you get a red tag on something, you've got to call in, you've got to try to decipher what's written on the red tag. You've got to figure out, you know, all those questions to get the inspector
Michael's
back
here.
out, you know, et cetera, et cetera.
Right, Michael Dice is there. I forgot, didn't realize that, but go ahead, Michael.
Al is actually fishing right now, so if he's watching, good luck. Mike Dice, Assistant Director. So we've had many conversations with Bart, Moses, all the developers, Wendy as well. We're in the process right now of working with IT to update our, let's just say, poor software Infor to the new version. It hasn't been updated in almost 6 years, which is in tech time, an eternity.
A century.
So what we've done is we've already converted over our hardware. We've gone to iPads to make our guys more mobile, our men and women. We do have women inspectors, to make them more mobile. When the new Infor rolls out in the spring, they'll be able to review plans on site. Excuse me. They'll be able to take pictures, as Peter said, and correct those items as soon as possible. It'll also allow the developer to send pictures right back. So while they're out doing other inspections, they can correct at that same time. So when we get that technology upgraded, those turnaround times will be even faster. I will say right now, we're improving as we presented. We're improving all of those numbers as we speak.
Okay. So the builder would be, if they get a red tag on something, will they be able to access a set of notes that tells them exactly what that red tag is about?
The minute that the inspector enters and saves, everybody that's listed in that permit will get an email that says exactly what just happened.
Okay.
So everything will go completely digital, communication, plan review, notes. The owner applicant will have the ability to either get it through email, SMS text. They'll have many options on how to do that.
Okay. All right. Very good. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah. And Brent, I just want to reiterate, this is about making absolute certain we give you the tools. And I'm going to be honest, my recommendation would be scenario 4, based on what you said. But you have to have, like, the streets we have to have better oversight over streets. We have to. So if you tell us, y'all are the professionals. If you say to us, that means, whatever it was, 4.5, I think you said, 4 hours, whatever.
Right.
Then we need to give you that. We need to. This isn't it's not even an option. These are our streets, and we all know that, the oversight, whatever, different, the base, or, someone told me they literally took me out and said, this is happening on this curb because the base wasn't extended that extra 18 inches, and no one knew it. And it's probably true. I mean, I trust the person that was telling me because he's in the business. So the point here is, and I mean, not Councilman Pusley has good points, and everybody else wants to speak will too, but mine is just that we need to give you the tools in which to make certain we have better oversight, the best oversight, because this is the time. This budget is you prioritize what's important. And so your number of inspectors, what you tell us today, if you say you need 10 more, or whatever it is, 8 more, 10 more, then that's what it is, 12 more. But then we want absolutely to see better streets. And we don't want anyone having to take us out and show us a, fairly new street that's curving up because of, there was an oversight when the base layer was laid or whatever. Okay.
Merritt, I would want to point out one thing. So there's really 2 things that need to happen. So your design standards are one thing.
Right.
And Development Services, when they do a set of public improvement plans, they're reviewed by them, and they're not approved unless they meet our standards. Now, are our standards adequate? And that's a question we're looking into right now. Mm-hmm. Now, once those public improvement plans are approved, they're transferred over to Brett's group, and their job is to make sure the contractor builds them as they're designed and per city standard. And it really requires both of those things to
Right.
get a street that's gonna perform up to our expectations.
Right, yes, okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, the construction of homes and subdivisions tends to be very cyclical, right? Sometimes you'll have a lot of things happening, and then sometimes you have, you know, almost nothing. So how do you plan to do this and have a flexible way of managing this instead of just having, you know, a bunch of people on staff that you can't pay for through those fees?
So my senior project manager who manages this team of inspectors, he, you know, we forecast, when we get the permits in, you know, they don't always start right away, so it gives him an opportunity to kind of plan out who's going to be assigned it, looking at their workload, but also.
Well, that's short term. I mean, if
Long
you're looking,
term-
I mean, have you worked with the, you know, development community to kind of forecast out what their plans are as to, you know, what subdivisions are coming up? I mean, we've had some beneficial years with the growth with Steel Dynamics and Exxon Sabic, the Gulf Coast Ventures and some other stuff which provided for a lot of growth for us, and especially in new housing. But I mean, that's not going to last forever.
I think I've got an answer to that. So, you know, our whole department is driven by sort of external activities, you know, the city CIP and external development, and we've got to be able to scale our operation. Now, we have moved to an FTE workforce. The mayor was mentioning we used to have contractors. You know, contractors are a lot easier to scale down, but FTEs might have to be scaled down too. If we went into a situation where the demand for our activity is declining, we're going to have to adjust to that.
Well, I mean, there's something in between as well, is where you can hire people through a third party and then, you know, kind of see if they work out and then bring them on or let them go type scenario. But I mean, that's, I don't want to get into the weeds there. You'll determine that. That'll be however you want to do it. I just want to, you know, see if you're looking forward as to how that, you know, how cyclical that work is. Development Services has to do the same thing. So, but they have I guess a wider range of things that they can move people around in. But I just want to make sure that we don't ramp up and then all of a sudden we don't have work for them to do.
Yeah, I'd like to say we could be certain, but I think more important is just knowing that that's a potential reality and we'll have to adjust accordingly, because what would happen, for example, if the CIP went down, you might remember from my budget presentation, we had a certain target as a percentage that we're looking at. If we kept our costs the same.
Last year, for this year, we had 250-some million, and now we have 157, and I'm not sure we're going to get all of that.
Well, so if I kept my costs the same and the CIP goes down, you're going to see that percentage of what our costs are start going way up, and that would be something we'd want to avoid. It'd be the same here. If we start looking at our revenues from the fees aren't covering our costs on this, and we're having to hit public works and utilities harder when they're not going to like it, and you know, it's an indication to us that, hey, we might need to adjust what we're doing.
Okay, so by what you're describing here, you're understaffed in terms of trying to get these inspections. And we're looking at two different things, right? Paying for those inspections, you know, somehow recovering the cost, and then being staffed appropriately. Where would you need to be staffed appropriately based on what you're doing right now and what you have in the short-term projection?
Yeah, I mean, I think the options that were presented would get us there. Again, I think, you know, if we're looking at it strictly from residential inspections, I think we need to be spending between 3 and 4 hours on average.
So in scenario 3, you kind of put that right in the middle at 3.5 hours.
Right.
So would that be appropriate to see where you can, you know, because you have some that are higher and lower? Would that, I mean?
I think so. I think we could be successful under scenario 3.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I'm having I'll wait for you, Brett.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
I'm having a difficult time getting my arms around this, because I I don't understand why, well, first off, there's one thing I equivalent to this. I always come up with a cost per rooftop, because if that's the thing we're talking about, you know, what's the cost per rooftop that we're trying to assess? Because that's in essence, as Councilman Pusley was indicating, that's who ends up paying for it. So, and the other thing is that I'm failing to understand how having more people constitutes more quality. I mean, if somebody's got to be out there for 4 hours, then they need to be out there for 4 hours. If they feel like they're being rushed, well, then I think that falls on us for not being able to adequately inspect it. I don't know. I can't. I guess, like, if we're shorthanded and we can't get to it, we'll get to it when we get to it. Then that's a supply and demand issue. You know, that there's an abundance of development, so then we need to hire people. Now, if there's a shortfall with regard to how the cost is being calculated, well, then, yeah, that's something I can sell, so to speak. By the way, Wendy texts me, she says, I will be calling you. So that's the thing. I don't understand. I mean, and Jeff, you and I have talked about that our specifications need to be updated, and we've prepared the Builders Association to help them understand that we need to improve our specifications. I was definitely with you on that, and I agree with you 100%. But I don't know how, I don't know why we have, I would say if we need to spend 4 hours on it, we need to spend 4 hours on it. So tell me how that correlates.
Let me take a stab at it.
Sure.
Now, it's necessary but insufficient. Obviously, you've got to, when you're on the site, you've got to be doing something that helps to ensure that we're getting what we expect in terms of materials and workmanship. Now, it might help to illustrate an extreme. So if you look at one extreme, it's having an inspector out for 8 hours a day on every subdivision. If you look at the other extreme, it's spending a tiny amount of time, a minute out there. So if we were spending a minute out there, driving by on the windshield and waving at the contractors as we go by, I think you'd argue that that's not going to do much to ensure the quality. And I think Brett has said it's really not a good use of our time to have people out there full-time, all the time, on every job. But there's some sweet spot in the middle that, you know, there's an adage in the industry that you don't get what you expect, you get what you inspect. So, you know, there's a certain amount of presence that we need to have to help ensure, it doesn't guarantee, but to help ensure that shortcuts aren't being taken, that the workmanship is there, the materials are there, and we get work that complies with our standards.
Well, I completely agree with you, but I don't know how that, once again, I mean, obviously, if the builders were frustrated because we don't have anybody out there and I can't move until I get out there, then
Well, they're moving without us. Yeah, they don't need to get a permit from us. This is watching the construction to make sure it's done right. And what we see, we have a two-pronged problem. One is the standards to how we build streets and some of our public infrastructure was weak.
I addressed that.
And we addressed that, as we should have, and we're gonna do it, we're gonna update it one more time soon, in the next couple of weeks. So we're saying, hey, when you build the street, you have to build it a little bit better than what we have been doing.
Yeah, we've addressed
Brand
that.
new subdivisions, streets are falling apart with the back view of a brand new home that's not even built. So that's step one. Step two is, as Councilman Smith has been hammering us on, is the inspection process, having people out there at least 4 hours, not 2 hours, to watch the work that's being done. It's not a shortage issue. We don't have the bodies. We don't have the staff assigned. And Jeff said this is a decade-old problem. So the recommendation is to increase the staff complement so that you can spend more time at the project site.
So, then I guess then, because I'm feeling that the liability falls with us. If we're not there to inspect, and we're allowing them not to proceed without inspection, then the liability falls on us.
You will inherit a liability if you,
Yeah.
if it's not done correctly.
That's right.
It
That's
becomes
right.
your
So
liability
I
once
still
they
don't
record a plan.
understand why if it's required to be out there 4 hours, why they're not there 4 hours. I don't understand. I don't. I mean, if we have to follow up, we've got to. I mean, but we're allowing them. In other words, we're allowing them to proceed without inspection. which I think is our bet.
So
Right, that's why we're recommending this.
Well, no, wait, I'm
Right.
asking, I'm asking for an affirmative yes or no, and I haven't heard that.
They are not performing any work without inspection. We inspect. It's just the amount of time we're spending out there to ensure it's being done properly is not there. We just don't have the time to allocate.
It's more, I think it's more appropriate to refer to it as construction observation. It's not like a plumbing inspection where they go out and you get a green tag, that means you can put up drywall. It's seeing the work being done.
So then, my thing is that, once again, I'm not hearing from them, probably because I'm just, I'm surprised that nobody understands what I'm talking about. Because if it requires us to be out there to inspect and to observe, if we're gonna be there for 4 hours, why are we cutting it down to 2? Why are we cutting it down to 2.5? There shouldn't be any reason.
Well-
I mean, the
well-
responsibility to inspect is ours.
Well, and it's a math problem, okay? You've got so many sites going, you got so many guys dedicated to this, how much time can
So
they afford to?
why aren't we spending 4 hours out there? If it
We don't
requires
have enough
4
people.
hours,
Why
right
aren't
now.
we?
or shouldn't we be spending 4
Yes.
hours out there?
Yes.
I think that's what he's recommending.
Council-
Oh, no, today, before, if we
not.
don't do this, why
Yeah.
aren't we spending 4 hours out
Because
there?
we don't have the- we don't have enough people.
Right.
So then we stop inspection. We stopped a school the other day because we said this didn't follow the process. Why don't
That's
we
a
stop
different thing.
them?
That's a different permit.
Well, why
That's-
don't we tell them stop until we've inspected?
Well, that's the whole thing,
we get a
though,
lot of calls
Councilman.
No, I'm
Monday
talking
and-
about today. Why do we tell them, why do we allow substandard
Right.
today? Because we
Right.
don't have enough people?
Right.
I don't understand. We have qualified professionals
You would
on
get
our
a-
staff.
you- right.
And the two of you are qualified professionals. I consider you that. I have a tremendous respect for you. And I look to you for guidance. So I don't understand why we don't have strong inspections today, because the standard for the inspection should not change regardless of how many people should we have.
Well, so.
Now, I could understand if we had overtime today, because we're expending that to ensure that the streets are the quality that they should be, because we owe that to the citizen and the individual that ends up paying for it on the rooftop. I mean, this is who we're representing today, the individual that cannot represent themselves, because it's the cost per rooftop. Those houses aren't built yet. Those streets aren't, those people can't complain. But we owe it to them to ensure that they're properly inspected. And so you're telling me that we're not properly inspecting, because that's the thing that you came out here for.
That's what we're saying. That's
Yeah.
exactly what we're
But
saying.
we're not properly
No,
inspecting.
we're not.
Yes, we're saying that right now. It's another legacy problem.
That's unacceptable.
Yes.
We agree.
You,
No,
as
we're-
qualified professionals,
Yeah.
should still, to this day, be inspecting those streets regardless of whether you have the manpower or not. That doesn't change the standard that with which we should inspect. To correlate that to, okay, if we're shorthanded, and then once again, the demand creates that. If we've got more inspections than we can handle, well, then of course we have to hire more people. But I don't understand how we're correlating the standard if we're inspecting. Anyway, I'll leave that.
Right.
The other thing is, so I'm a little frustrated. I'll get back with you here, because I don't know what the specifications. I understand. You said the specifications are not where they need to be. I understand. If it has to do with inspections, I think the fault lies with us. Cost per rooftop, have we calculated that out?
We have not.
And see, that's the thing it goes back to, is I look at, once again, I mean, I've got a lot of new subdivisions going up in my neighborhood, and I'm wondering, okay, how much am I increasing the cost per rooftop to those individuals that have not been represented?
No, I can take a stab at that. So the acreage fee, it was per acre. So you got to look at the density, but it was $450 per acre is the plant fee.
Yes.
So you would say maybe if you got quarter acre lots, on average, it'd be a quarter that. So, you know, you're talking under $125
$125 a
per
rooftop.
lot.
Now, when you get it down, you just get it back.
And then it goes down, well, unfortunately, it's a sliding scale, because if you got more lots, there was a discount. It was $50 per lot for over 24.
We can look at it, Councilman, and
Yeah,
come up with a
get it
number.
back to me. But
Yeah.
I think I hope I've made my point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think your point, it depends on the density. If it's an acre lot, it's gonna be $450. Half acre lot will be half of that.
Okay,
It
Yeah.
depends on the density.
all right, thank you.
And Councilman, I'm gonna follow up on, that's the whole point. There is not sufficient, there isn't sufficient oversight. That's the whole deal. But you're saying it's our fault. Well, if there is a standard and you have a professional company who is getting paid millions of dollars to meet a standard, and that says we are going to build this street to this standard, and then they don't because an inspector walks away, that's pretty sad too. So it is sad that if I say, insure me, I am relying on your professional integrity to say, Paulette, because you live here and you have these assets, you need this or you need that. I'm relying on you to do that.
And as a qualified professional, we provide that service.
Thank you,
Unfortunately,
sir.
that's not, and unfortunately, that's not the standard in the industry, so we exceed that.
Okay.
As is there
But
is in
you
every
see-
other, as
But
there
you see
is.
my point, though, is it is us, and that's why we're here today. That's why I said exactly what I said. You guys need to tell it, this is of utmost importance. Everything else is super important. Drainage and parks and dogs and everything else. But this is number one. If you came in here and said, we need scenario 7, and that's whatever, then this council's got, you tell this council, this is how it's justified. We have to up our game. And this is should be your dream. Wow, we got a mayor and a council who's saying, what's your wish? Because streets are number one. I don't care who says what. It's their fault, my fault, not our fault, because this is the standard. Up the standard. That is the next thing that needs to come, like yesterday. Up the standard.
That's in the works.
Please, up the standard. And then, you know, you got to provide oversight where you provide oversight. But to your question, no, it's not something to be proud of to say, no, we are not. Because you're right. But you know what happens? You got people going, I got 25 homes, I got 25 families who are not going to get into their house because you're not approving, because you're not inspecting. And then the political piece comes in. So this is how we solve it. We prioritize what's important, and every person on this council says it's streets, streets, streets. So that is what we want to do for you. But there better be a huge impact, and I know it goes hand in hand. It's not just this. It is the improving and the, you know, let's play ball. Come on. I mean, you know, up those, what are they called? Standards to the streets, get your inspectors, and then you come back in here, Brett, and go, guess what? Look at our streets now. You're not going to see this mess that you see, because we do. And it is fault of our own, Roland, you're right. And it is fault of contractors who, as soon as you turn away, they go cut a corner, whatever. Everybody's at fault here. So we want to give you the tools and move it forward. Councilman Lerma.
Thank you, Mayor. And you're right. Streets are top priority in the city of Corpus Christi. When I first came on, I remember talking to Jeff. Jeff, our standards are horrible on streets. You know, that to me probably is the most important thing that we need to do besides this, to be honest with you, is move up our standards, expect more, so we can have those better long life streets. You know, you guys are moving in the right direction. The technology for red tagging and all that, it's getting faster, and that's awesome. I mean, because that's one of the things the builders have been griping about. It takes weeks for them to get what the red tag was. By the time they get the notes, go back and do this. Now you have the technology. That's fabulous. We're moving forward. But inspectors, you know, if you're saying that you need an increase of inspectors to make sure that the developers are doing their job, that's going to be part of it. That in this council, I think, is behind it 100%, as far as making sure that the streets are done to the standards that we have at this point. You know, 4 hours? I don't know. I mean, what can you do in 4 hours to watch somebody do something and they still got miles of streets to go? You know, you're only going to watch a portion of it. You're not going to watch the whole thing. That's the sadder part, okay? That somebody can't be there the whole day when they're pouring
So
5 streets or whatever. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how it works, to be honest with you guys. I mean, I really don't.
Well, that was exactly correct. I mean, so once they start, and bear in mind, the contractors don't work for us. They're working for the land developer. and this is what percent of the time that they're working do you want to have somebody on site? And, you know, now if you ask the home builders, they're gonna say, well, really, just trust us. They're gonna say, well, this is just looking a gift horse in the mouth. We're giving you these streets and these water lines and wastewater lines. We've spent tons of money to build this stuff, and then we give it to you. Now you wanna inspect it and then have us pay for that? That's probably what you're gonna hear.
We've already heard it.
We've heard it already.
Interrupt, if I may.
Go ahead.
It's not that. There's a cost associated with everything. And candidly, I think our business model is what needs to change.
Yeah.
Because I still don't correlate, because once again, it's not the builders that are paying this. It's the homeowner. It's not us giving you the tools. It's the eventual homeowner that's paying for this.
And Councilman, just to add, just to put some thought, that there's another equation to it, which is the net profit of the builder. So it's the profit, it's the charge for the home, and it's the fee. And any one of those has to give.
I'm well aware of how economics works.
Right. I just
Mr.
want, we haven't said that.
As a business owner.
I just want to say it. We haven't said it before.
I understand. There's still a margin and whatever of which they operate, and then there's individuals that they employ that pay taxes as well as buy homes and pay fees, increase fees, and pay interest and sinking fund and all that, and they use the American Bank Center. I mean, you started it. You want me to keep going? Anyway, my point being, I'm sorry, I'll yield to to Councilman, to the representative from District 1. Thank you for letting me intervene.
No problem, thank you. But, you know, getting back to this, I mean, you know, we need to do our streets right, because the citizens demand it. They're the taxpayer, the ultimate taxpayer of all this, okay? You know, it's very important for me to let my constituents know that our streets are being done properly. If these are tools that you need, it's just hard for me to fathom that when they're pouring an entire subdivision, all we're gonna do is spend 4 hours out there. I don't know how you guys can inspect something in 4 hours when they're pouring an entire subdivision. Because these contractors, when they start, man, they go and they're done. You know, I don't know how inspections are done. I don't know if you wait, they pour the base first and then you inspect to make sure the depth of the base. I don't know what tools you use to do that. You know, the curbs and gutters, I don't know what tools you use to make sure that they're done properly. You know, but I just can't see you guys inspecting an entire subdivision in 4 hours on any given day. Whether it's base, whether it's the curbs and gutters, you know, I don't see how y'all can do that to make sure that it's done properly.
So
4 hours to me is not enough. That's how I look at it.
So the amount of time these developers and contractors spend on site varies, right? So one day they may only be out there an hour, another day they may actually be working a full 8 hours.
Okay.
If there's ever any major elements like, you know, asphalt being put in, concrete being put in, our inspector's out there the entire time they're doing it.
Well, that's what I wanted to know.
The testing labs are on site doing the test. We're inspecting the test. We get those reports. You know, if we put down any road base or base under the curb and gutter, those all get tested. We get those proctors. We have those on file. So we're well aware of all those elements. The time, for those important items, we're always there.
Okay.
It's really those times in between when they're putting the material down and spreading out before they test. Or, you know, if they're putting some sidewalk in or curb in, we're not necessarily there the entire time, but we'll come in and check it intermittently to make sure it's being, but we are checking it. We're out there getting those test samples, et cetera. So for those critical elements, we're there.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know, because I couldn't figure out the 4 hours. There's no way that's enough time to do any of this.
Yeah.
So, okay, I mean,
Well,
but.
and there's also some benefit in them just knowing that the inspector could show up
At
out
any
there.
time.
Correct.
Right, okay, you know, but once again, Jeff, I think that we need to look at our standards of streets. You know, I think that's important. The mayor said it, and I think the rest of this council saying basically the same thing. So we need to take a look at our standards and kick them up a notch or two. Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say I fully agree with the mayor. What you all think is the correct amount. You're the professionals out there. So to go back to the basic, you sent out, Jeff, in the past, subdivisions, supposed 30-year designs that we start to have failures early on. And it's not all subdivisions, right? But there's some on there that obviously are not holding up. Is that a correct statement? You've done the list before.
It's a correct statement. There's been some issues with our standards, some that we addressed earlier this year. We're aware there's others. I think that the 2013 pavement standards that they adopted, there was that loophole, the geogrid. There was also, I don't think we were getting the 30-year design, and we're taking another look at that and trying to come up with something that will meet the intent of that, which was a 30-year design.
Well, that's the design. I'm wondering, you know, subdivisions that are both built under the same design. Some subdivisions do well, and some subdivisions that Gabriel's got the crew out there just after that 2-year period.
It depends a lot on the soils. You know, this new update is going to put more emphasis on having a site-specific design based on the actual soil conditions.
Well, and I know the list. I've gone on them. I've driven some of the streets that come up in these subdivisions on it. And somebody that's built streets, have worked on TxDOT projects and knows inspections on this. I want to say I fully agree with what you all are saying on the content about getting what you pay for, that when we're going out, and more than just the streets, the utilities too, compaction failures, golly, having that inspector show up when you're backfilling on there rather than them just not backfilling properly is a great example with it. But just in my time on council, I know a lot of new subdivisions. The minority subdivisions, don't get me wrong, have failures that probably can go back to inspection on there. And then on cost, you said earlier, you've been eating the cost of these inspections, is that correct?
Well, so it's never actually been budgeted until
The answer is yes.
year.
The answer is yes, Councilman. We have been. The taxpayer has been.
It's coming out of the general fund. When we're
Right.
talking about cost per rooftops on there, we have a subsidy going on because we have been providing out of the, all of the taxpayers for this inspection.
General fund and utilities and your.
Yeah.
Right.
rate.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
so those two. So we are trying to allocate the cost to where it goes on there. So what's this lot going for these days? 60 grand? 80?
Where's Michael?
Yeah, I don't know. So what we're talking about in the scheme of things, that you were talking about a 10,000 square foot lot. Well, we got 4,500 square foot lots out there. That's where they're going. So that $60,000 lot cost, you've got $50 in the inspection. Is that what we're proposing? 50 to 400?
Something like that.
Yeah, and as far as the gift, going back to the gift, because that's what they're telling us, golly, guys, you should just ignore all of this because we're gifting these utilities to us. So we're charging to the lot owners pay for it. But that gift comes from a lifetime of maintenance after we get that gift, correct?
I think in a lot of cases, we'd like to give it back, but.
Yeah, you can easily keep it a private subdivision on there with it. So like I say, I fully agree with the mayor's comments that you all, the professionals, what you think is the adequate amount to guarantee that we get a quality product when they gift it to us on there, that we don't have to be back in 4 or 5 years and spending desperately needed street money for streets that taxpayers been paying for in their ad valorem for years with it. So anyway, thank you.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. You know, when I was sitting in the audience and I used to watch council meetings, one of the big issues was a certain road that Jeff may or may not remember, but I used to bring it up to him a lot as an example. But people would just, not necessarily businesses or developers aren't the ones noticing whether or not inspectors are there, but people driving by. For example, large roads like Ocean Drive. And I don't think our average citizen even knows what an inspector looks like, because usually on the construction sites, everyone's wearing the same thing or everyone looks the same. I mean, now we have iPads like y'all said, but if people just used to complain to us about all the time. Well, if they would have inspected that road better, if they were ever out there,
Right.
the road would have been done better, right? So, I think it's also a perception issue, is what the mayor used as the word. And I don't know. I asked her in the back while we were putting up coffee if maybe they should have Inspector Gadget signs on their back notifying everybody, or she said security, you know, something that just shows the
Security.
public the inspector
Yeah.
is
it's there.
here.
Yeah.
And it's just a suggestion. That's why I turned my light off 5 times while I've been up here, deciding whether or not I even wanted to bring that up here if it was the right time. But it could help with perception in the long run, because I think that, I mean, when I was growing up here and not much younger than I am now, but when I moved back to town after college, I started getting more interested in these things, and I never noticed inspectors. I didn't know what to look for, though. I'm sure they were doing their jobs, but as a citizen, when the Ocean Drive had that one bump that everyone was worried about for a while, they were just like, well, you know, something to think about.
Yeah, Councilman, that's a good recommendation. We do need to be a little bit more visual, and I know we have our trucks with the emblem on them, but maybe, like you're saying, as some type of their vest or jersey. Also have some of the trucks have lights on them, like the orange
Yeah.
light. So
Our fleet all has the amber lights.
Amber
on
lights,
there that we
right.
usually turn on when we
But
go to
they
the
should
sites.
wear
but-
something, like a neon, and it should say like inspector. in the
Yeah.
back. It really should.
right,
It would be can we do that?
Yeah.
that's a
Hey,
good
well,
idea.
That was
We can
your,
look into
that was your thought. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a great thought.
Yeah, that's a real good idea.
DEA.
We've even been in,
Half of the workers.
we've been on lots of tours underground. Y'all taking us through all the tunnels, the stormwater drains and
Right.
everything. And shoot, I didn't even know who the inspector was until the
Don't say
tour was over. You know?
Okay,
So,
all right,
we
that's a good
truly do
idea.
that. So,
I think it's a good idea. Perception.
We'll change option 3 to increase that.
Okay, Councilman Pusley.
We can get them some hats with propellers on them. Okay, so I brought this up once before, and I want to bring it up again in defense of my developer buddies a little bit here. You know, we definitely need to look at standards, and Jeff, we talked earlier this year, and I think we eliminated the use of GeoGrid in our streets now. Is that correct?
Well, it's not actually correct. What we did is, it used to be overcredited, and the assumption in our standard was that it would provide you equivalent value to lime stabilization. So
Okay.
we had a pavement standard that required 8 inches of lime stabilization.
Right.
And then there's a little footnote that says, oh, in lieu of that, you can use GeoGrid.
GeoGrid.
Well, it was not an equal trade. So you can use it in your pavement design. The benefit, it's something they call the layer coefficient ratio. It's capped at 1.2. And using the manufacturer's software, it was giving it credit up to like a 1.95, which is just a multiplier by your stone base. So it basically was saying that it almost doubles the structural contribution of your flex base, which that just doesn't pass the red face test to me. But this is what their software said. The academic research just didn't bear that out. So yes, you can use it in a pavement design, but it might not be, when they do the math, it might not come out.
So if we review our standards and maybe make changes to those, you may eliminate GeoGrid altogether?
I don't think we're going to eliminate it. I think it's got its place.
I think, Councilman, we're looking at eliminating it. I am, because all our streets that are failing have GeoGrid.
Okay.
It's a plastic mat that's about this thick, and if we think that that's going to solve some clay soil expansion problem, it's not. It hasn't been.
Well, I
So,
agree with him on that.
yeah.
It's not, if you've got high PI soil, you need to do some kind of
Yeah.
chemical stabilization.
Well, so kind of my point here that I want to reiterate. So if you built a subdivision, and let's say it has, for sake of easy math, 20 homes in it, 10 on each side of the street, when you start constructing those homes, you've already built the street. And then you're gonna start running concrete trucks. What's a concrete truck weigh? 40,000, 50,000 pounds in that neighborhood? So each concrete truck to pour a slab has got to make 2 trips in and out on that street. So it takes probably an average of about 5 trips or 5 concrete or truckloads of concrete to do an average slab. So that's 10 trips per house that you're going to run big trucks up and down, and that's just the beginning. Then you start bringing the trucks loads of lumber and all that stuff in. So my point I made here a few weeks ago was by the time that 20-house subdivision is completed, you've put 15 years of wear and tear on the street you just built. So I don't know how you address that, but that has to be part of the issue here that we have to resolve. Secondly, in defense of my developer buddies, when they develop a subdivision, they are required to build streets and put in infrastructure, and so they go hire somebody to do that. Especially when it comes to pavement, they go hire a pavement contractor. Sure. So who we're trying to keep honest here is the pavement contractors.
And the utility contractors.
And the
yes,
utility contractors. So when we say developers, we need to be careful of that term because it's the contractors that we're trying to hold.
I said contractor.
And you know, and I know when I was commissioner, I got to build streets, and and if you turn your back long enough, they'll cut a corner. They will. And so, but in moving this forward, Wendy didn't wait to call me. She's been sending me text messages. So, before we take this down, I think we need a little more time and FaceTime with our developers to make sure they understand exactly what we're going to do here, Peter. I'm getting some messages that they need a little more input on this and discussion about where we're going with this.
Yes, sir. And we have been having discussions with the development community. Last week, we actually went to a meeting that was specifically dedicated to the discussions about the fees for public works and more specifically about these inspection fees.
Okay.
In addition, we have a follow-up meeting on Friday to have more discussions. That's going to be basically an informational briefing detailing the reason and the need for these increased inspectors and why we need to start ensuring that it's the development that's absorbing the cost for these inspections versus public projects. So it's not that they're misinformed or not included in the discussion, it's just not popular. But as stated before, it's something that's going to have to happen, and we're going to continue to have those discussions.
We could do an implementation in January, Councilman, instead of October, or even 6 months. We could delay the implementation at the council's desire. So there's many ways of getting around this.
Well, look, I'm not going to tell you guys how to run your business. This council has been very strong on the fact that we need to do something about neighborhood streets because they're collapsing before the homes are even built.
Exactly.
And so we need to figure that out. We need to work with the development community to come up with an answer. And I fully support what you're trying to do, 100%. I think it's a great deal. I support what the mayor said a while ago. We need to make sure that we're holding contractors to a higher standard here in our city.
Right.
So I just want to make sure we're all on the same page when we do that. So whatever date you pick to implement this, I'm ready to support it as long as I can turn to the development community and say, okay, you guys in or out?
Yeah, well, I think
they will have been in from day one. I mean,
right, that's what Neiman just said.
Okay.
But he did acknowledge that it's not popular amongst the developers because it's
sure
money.
it's not.
We're talking about money.
I'm sure it's not. But,
Yeah, but they've been in. Neiman's been meeting with them since the council told us to look at this.
Right.
Okay.
It's day 2. We probably called them up. So.
So
But Michael Dice is here, and that's a great concept you have, Councilman. Michael Dice has experience from across the state, so I wanted him to address the issue of road building, then you bring in the cement trucks and all that.
Sure.
So when the development's done, obviously they've got to build the road first to service the actual lot. So when they have the concrete trucks, the lumber deliveries, the things of that nature that are coming in, it has to also be serviceable by the fire department. So those roads have to be built. Fire trucks, multi-axles can be, 70,000 pounds fully loaded. So they have to meet the road has to meet that standard. So the repetitive travel of heavyweight trucks should be accommodated.
City garbage trucks?
That's another one. Well, and as we move to potential electric garbage trucks are massively heavy.
Yes.
So that's another thing that you have to look at for future standards is as we start moving to these potential electric vehicles, there's programs now for electric school buses. Those batteries are intensely heavy. So those are the things that have to be looked at for future standards. Now, as it relates to a neighborhood, there is no requirement in the building code that they come back in and do like a secondary code or secondary overlay once a neighborhood is substantially complete. They normally do that in other cities as well as this city. They do that up front with their development.
The final, so Michael, you were telling me off the line here that the solution is better design standards
Yeah,
to
I
handle
agree.
that. Because a concrete truck is probably as heavy as a garbage truck, or maybe not as heavy, but it's in the similar.
They're close.
It's it's in a similar, so it's about the design standard, and that's something that we're going to do a phase 2 on to get them better built.
Yeah, and it's the compactness of those trucks, it's
Right.
a lot of weight in a very narrow space.
Yes,
so, so I agree, your standards is where you're, because you're in a catch-22 situation. You either have to build the houses with a muddy road going in and out, which is not desirable, or you've got to put the street in. So
Right. Our fire code requires, the fire truck's got to get to that.
you got to be able to get there.
Right. So.
Okay, thank you.
Does that conclude your, yes?
Yes.
Okay, Brett, thank
Yes.
you, Brett.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, Brett.
Thank you.
Okay, we may have to make some adjustments to the schedule, but Eddie is, we're going to talk about Economic Development Department next.
Budget workshop number 12.
Right. You're going to go, oh, you still have some revenues to go over?
We're still on some fee increases, but.
Okay, go
As
ahead,
long
let's
as you
see.
feed me lunch, I'll stay here whenever you want to go.
Right, okay, we're going to go to slide 24. We're still on revenue, so the municipal marina.
No, they're bringing sandwiches.
Right, and so the next fee change is in the marina. These fees haven't been adjusted since 2017. The last couple of years, we've held off because a lot of improvements are being made in that area. So these fee increases are just to get us a little bit closer to market in this area, not up to the market in this area, but a little bit closer. They generate about $200,000. The Metricom 911, Metricom gets fees from wireline and wireless lines. Wireless lines are state regulated, so we have no control over that. This is a fee increase for wireline. In the 2023 budget, those two areas bring in $3,062,000. The total cost to run Metricom is $8.3 million, so that we only get about 37% there of the cost to run Metricom. The rest of it comes from the general fund, and the county pays a portion of the Metricom fees. So that's a small increase there on the lines.
Are these monthly fees or yearly fees or what?
This is month. The wireless is 50 cents per line. It's state regulated, like I said, and this is a monthly fee.
Back to your marina fees, those are monthly fees as well?
I'm sorry. That's correct, yes.
Okay. And we haven't updated our marina fees since 2017?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Yes, sir. Last time a fee increase was put into place was in 2017. I looked at it last year when I came on board, but with all the improvements we're trying to make and changes around the marina, I didn't feel like that was appropriate at the time.
Man, my San Antonio Spurs reserve seats go up 15% a year. So
Yes, sir. Yeah, we were going to do some adjustments in the current year, but Jonathan thought, let's get some of the public improvements in, and that's what we're doing, but now's the time, right? Because that's, what is that, 5 years, 6 years?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Coming up on 6 years at this point.
And the monies for the marina stay within the business. There's a separate
Right.
fund.
That's
So
good.
the boat renter benefits ultimately because that money's reinvested back in that operation.
Right.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
great. Okay. go
Okay.
ahead.
The next fee is stormwater that was discussed at length during the workshop where stormwater was present. And it was they have a 5-year plan that was laid out that shows the enhancements each year along with the corresponding fee adjustments.
Right.
The street right-of-way, you can see that 5 of these 8 charges are new. There is no current charge. So we're trying to beef up our right-of-way. This was also discussed during the workshop for the streets. The water rate was discussed yesterday. No residential changes for public agencies. The raw water charges, the fixed South Texas Water Authority, San Patricio Municipal Water District, Port Aransas, Violet, we discussed yesterday. And the next piece of the presentation is the economic development, the proposed economic development department for the city. I think Heather's going to come up and discuss that with you.
That concluded the revenues. We're going to move to economic development. Great. Go ahead, Heather. We're on slide 31.
Yes. Good morning again. I have Jason Alanis here with me. Jason is our redevelopment officer, and so we're going to walk through the economic development and the addition of the economic development department, talk about what we're going to do, what we plans for, and then Jason may chime in a couple of times in here too. So let me go ahead and advance the slide here. So currently within the system, the city, there is no central point of contact for economic development information or assistance. As you can see by the slide, we have multiple touch points where a developer or a business can come in and hit any of these different areas, but there's not a central location for it. And what happens a lot of times is these businesses and developers are kind of shuffled around to numerous internal departments and the partnering agencies, and before they find the appropriate person. So sometimes I've got things that have come to me that may have come in through development services or planning, or through, like I said, the DMD or Visit Corpus Christi. And so there isn't that central point. And so it doesn't really make a good first impression when they get shuttled around trying to get answers. So within the city right now, we have 4 different positions located in 3 different departments. So Jason's position, the redevelopment officer, is located in strategic planning in the innovation department. We have a special projects manager for Padre Island, which is basically located within the city manager's office. And then within the finance department, the senior management analyst for economic development and the economic and business coordinator positions are located within finance. So again, even across the city, we have 3 different areas that could receive information or give information on economic development. So we went through and looked, and we've identified numerous service gaps that exist right now. By creating the Economic Development Department, we centralize the economic development functions and administration. We create synergy and provide a centralized place for businesses and developers to work with and through. We focus on the targeted businesses, retention and expansion. This is something that is really important, that as a city, we help support our local businesses and help recruit new businesses to the city. We've had several studies done and that have been reported back to City Council that the city is missing quality retail and entertainment offerings. These small businesses are really the lifeblood of the city, and many may need assistance with expanding their business or are retaining their businesses within the city. And so what an economic development department can do is build those relationships and assist the businesses with navigating the system and identify available resources. We can help define what those what the requests are, and identify available resources for those businesses. Another focus could be on the infill development and adaptive reuse. Studies have shown that infill and adaptive reuse is a more economical development option for the city as it utilizes resources that are already there. So instead of building new things outside of areas that are not developed, if we do more adaptive reuse and redevelopment, you're not having to build new roads that have to be maintained. You're not having to put new utility infrastructure in place that has to be maintained. And so you help revitalize those areas that are already existing within the city. So we also looked across the state, and what we found is that really best practice is to have an internal economic development department. So 17 of the 20 largest cities in Texas have their own internal economic development departments. Relying solely on the regional approach is most commonly seen in smaller cities, not within your larger city footprints. So this economic development department would not replace the Regional Economic Development Corporation, but it would actually work in tandem with them just because of the regional nature of the development of the large industry. And this department would more focus on the marketing and raising awareness of Corpus Christi and targeting the support in retail businesses. So regional EDC is really focused on those large industries, and we have seen that we don't have a lot of focus on, like I said, the support businesses and those retail businesses and entertainment venues that really help create that sense of place within the city. So looking at what the organizational overview would look like, we currently have the 4 positions within the city, and so we're proposing that we would add 2 additional positions. The first would be a director for the department, and the second would be a department administrator and agenda coordinator. So with the addition of 2, we could create a complete department. The other thing is that even though these positions are spread across the city, there is not a dedicated operational budget for economic development. And so with this, it creates a budget for business recruitment, for training and networking, for professional services, and the just general operating expenses for the department. So after the creation of the department, we'd have several initial focus areas. And the primary focus would be to build relationships and build awareness of Corpus and what Corpus has to offer. For example, over the past 6 months, Jason specifically has worked with several businesses on identifying resources within the city. So one of those examples of these, and these are all still, we're not able to announce yet what these are, but one was a developer that was interested in looking at doing some workforce and market housing. So Jason worked with them to identify a location that has been vacant for numerous years, helped educate the buyer's agent on what the permitting processing was. He educated the buyer on how the additional housing market conditions and considerations in Corpus Christi. Set up meetings to assist them in navigating the development services procedures and review plans, and asking any questions that they had. Then assisting the developer on some parking waivers that they were interested in, and then looking to help them with closing on the property and beginning in construction. So none of this involved any type of incentives or anything else. It was just the assistance and help guiding through that process.
Go ahead. Sorry.
You mentioned the magic word for me, incentives. So are we thinking about or talking about any type of incentives to help these smaller businesses come in?
So that would be part of that first year plan, is to come in and work with council, city manager, and the community to look at what is our strategic plan, right, and then build a possible incentive toolbox from that.
I mean, we have the TERS, but they're, specific.
Specifically, exactly.
And so, but if we wanted to encourage more restaurants in Flower Bluff or Calallen or wherever, how would we incentivize that recruitment to help get them here and say, they could say, well, I can go to San Antonio or Houston and I have access to twice the number of people. So we need to think about that if we haven't.
And like I said, that is something that would be within that, first year or so plan, is really looking at that. What is our strategic plan? What do we need to be targeting? And just, and that plan would be constantly evolving as we run through that recruitment and identify those needs, and they're going to be changing. But then second to that is, how do we support that? What is council willing to offer as incentives? What type of incentives do we want to use? So building that toolbox.
Yeah.
We can definitely bring that forward. I mean, it's, you know, you always are available to do, you know, you could, I won't say you want to create more TERS. You would want to look at targeted areas. You can do 380 agreements, you can do rebates, you can do assistance with permitting. There's a lot of different ways to do that.
Yeah.
And so we could definitely bring back some of those best practices that we see across the state.
And I think there used to be a federal program where they could get money if they went into what was designated as a.
There's the opportunity
Yeah,
zones
exactly.
and that kind of stuff. Yes,
That was the word
exactly.
I was looking
Yeah.
for,
Yeah.
opportunity
Yeah.
zones.
Yes.
So are those programs still available?
There are still, I believe there still are the
So
opportunity.
maybe helping them, you know, with
Exactly,
that.
and that's part of that, is understanding and helping identify what those tools are, that we could, you know, educate the developers and/or businesses on what is available to help them out with their projects.
And Heather, I think you said it, and I'm big on best practices, because we don't need to reinvent the wheel, right?
Exactly.
The other thing is, and I think that comes, right, that comes later as we create this and then look to see, okay, now what?
Yes.
Right, now we at least have the path. If I get a call, right, what do? You know, it's kind of like, okay, well, if it's downtown, then we know where to go, but other than that, that's it. But speaking of downtown, I want to make sure we're not duplicating. So we are creating what they have, what Alyssa's doing, right? She's doing it inside of a boundary. She's got incentives. She's already got everything set up there. And so we are looking to basically she helps, I think they do some, or she may be working on, you know, retention and expansion and all of that. But we are not going to duplicate what she's doing. Like, how would that work? You would say, if somebody called my office and they want to go downtown, I'm sending them there, or what? How is this working?
The way that the way that it's set up right now, yes, they would, Alyssa, our downtown management district would still administer the TERS number 3, which would include any type of development for downtown, incentives for downtown within that TERS boundary, yes.
In the new model, it would work that way as well. So the department would have a focus outside of downtown. We have a big city from Cal Island to the island, we know that. But so if there's a request for some economic development downtown that comes into this new office, it would either be referred in total to Alyssa, or we'd partner with Alyssa's
Right.
DMD group. Because we know that her focus is the downtown, and she has
Right.
the resources for that. We would help. We just wouldn't say, hey, here you go. You know, if she wanted our help, we would help
Right.
in the downtown.
Okay.
But we wouldn't be taking over that responsibility. She would continue to manage that, the
Right.
development of downtown through the authority and then through the TERS.
Right.
Right.
Okay, that's great. Very good. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, so I want to try and go through this because it seems like we're going back to how it was originally. We used to have a business liaison person that was in the city manager's office, and then that used to be Alyssa, before she went to the downtown management district, had that role. Then it went to Arlene, and she left, went to the mayor's office, and then that role was moved under finance, so it was buried in your department. And then we kind of didn't really see that. So now we're going to create a department that's going to go back to the city manager, kind of that role. So why wouldn't we just do the business liaison person that we had before instead of creating a whole new department?
Yeah, so it's not really going back to what we had, because what we had was inadequate for the city the size. We need Arlene reported directly to the then city manager, or the city manager. This economic development director would be in charge, and the staff would report to the director, and the director would report to an assistant city manager, and then ultimately to me. So it would be a department versus a one-person effort.
Okay, so
that would consolidate all the functions that we have today that are dispersed among several departments.
right, I mean, because your budget here for this is 600.
Right now, it's 430,000, and
Yeah,
so
but
it
your
would go to
proposed
7.
budget is 600,000, 606,317, is that right?
Let me look. On
With
slide 38, this is a budget. Yeah,
So
this one here.
what's currently in the budget is the $430,000. And what we are recommending is that we increase that by $275,000 to add the 2 positions, along with creating a true operating budget for these activities.
Okay, so, you know, I'm looking at this, and our budget for the regional, our, I guess, economic development is what? What do we provide the RDC, the Regional Economic Development Corporation?
It's about 800,000, Michael, right? 700,000, yes, sir.
700,000. So if we wanted them to do kind of like a local or have a position for that, why can't we just work with them to create that, have a business liaison officer where they can, you know, make it even a higher position, you know, maybe a 300 level position that would report to an assistant city manager, and coordinate that with the REDC. I think we're like trying to recreate the wheel here within the city management. I would not. I mean, I think that would be a less expensive way to do it than how we're going through here, because I could just see this department continuing to grow.
Gil, can you repeat that to put it where?
No, to ask the REDC to include a component
Right.
for smaller
For small business.
smaller
Right.
economic development.
Right.
That way, there's some synergies there to where we don't have to create positions for this when they already have some aspect of it, to where, you know, if you know, we can ask them, maybe even provide them a little bit more funding associated with that, instead of creating a whole new department with new FTEs and new positions, and kind of coordinate that with a single person within the city, so that way if they contact the city, we have somebody to clear it out to whether it needs to go to DMD, whether it needs to go to RD, the CRE, I mean, the Regional Economic Development Corporation, or whatever it may be. I just don't know if we need an entire department, you know, and.
Yeah, Councilman, so 17 of the 20 largest Texas cities have their own department. I think the difference is control. And so does the council want to better control economic development in our city? If it's within our organization, you're the board, the council's the board, the council controls it. Rather than giving it over to another board, the EDC board's pretty large, about 17 to 20 folks on there. So it's about how much control do you want to manage the destiny of economic development? It really comes down to that. If you want to give it to some other organization, you're not in control because you're not the board.
And increase the
Right,
the
they have the
funding.
control. This is, the city.
Well, with the increase in funding, we could probably add another board member to that.
Another board member? Whew, that's a
Or-
big board
or
already, but yeah.
actually, you know,
Yeah, believe me.
reallocate board members.
Yeah,
We do
okay.
not need to add more board
Yeah.
members.
Okay, not
But,
add
you
another
know,
board member,
but
reallocate. But
I
what I'm
wanna-
saying is.
But I do want to commend that, because when Andrea was here, that was something that we talked about, was, you know, do we really need to do this, or do we just need to add to that? But I have to say, Gil, and just take it for what I'm saying it for, it really does, after really looking into it, it really does make better sense that it stay at City Hall, because we do have the infrastructure. We already have, we really do. We already have those positions. We need to just bring it in, that's what we're doing. We're bringing it in, and this body, is who's really gonna have the oversight of it. You farm that out, I can't even
Well, I mean.
begin to imagine how that's gonna work, because people on that board change, people on this body change. And so it would just stay centralized to the city, because it would be the city's.
Well, I say this because I know Peter has a tendency to try to centralize into his office some of
Not
these
into my
things.
office, Councilman. I don't, it's the
Just hear
city.
me out, hear me out.
Yeah.
Before
We have
hear me
28
out,
operating
hear me out,
departments,
hear me
right.
He
out.
has to
Yeah.
defend himself.
Well, hear me out. Let me finish my
Okay.
comment.
All right.
Okay? This is not just this. It was a downtown management district. It's some other stuff. So I get it. It's easier when you're in control, fully control of that stuff. But I think we lose a lot when we don't, you know, try and delegate some of these things to professionals that are already there, right? That are already doing some of this work. You know, I don't always agree with you know, what's happening in the downtown management district. I don't always agree with what's happening at the port. I don't always agree with what's happening at other locations, but I don't need
you agree with anything?
Yeah. What do you agree?
Billwood Park, Billwood Park.
Bill with a $10 million.
Road to nowhere, road to
uncalled for.
nowhere.
But hey,
The pool.
95% of what we do here, we agree on stuff.
A
I
$10
mean, it's
million
just, you know, some other stuff we don't agree on, you know, like, you know, obviously you don't agree with anything in District 5, except for maybe Yorktown. But,
Okay, stop it.
hey, he started.
Stop it.
Well, anyway, the,
Go on, Gil.
looking at this, I think there's, you know, let's not, I mean, we're adding 600, I mean, you know, we've already, this was, a lot of these positions were added, you know, during the process of, you know, moving around. This was not necessarily something that we looked at directly in past years for some of these positions. So I don't want to, you know, because I mean, $600,000, or even if you say $400,000, that's a couple of residential streets we could be doing.
And it's going to be an unbelievable return on investment. So,
You know,
yeah, I see what
that's
you're
why
saying.
that's why we invest in the CREDC. I'm just saying.
No, the CREDC is a.
Well, I haven't started my 20 minutes, man. Come on.
Yeah, yeah.
Look, I mean, just let me finish my comments before jumping in on these things. You may not agree with this, but at least think about, you know, kind of not recreating a wheel and utilizing some of the things that are out there that, you know, so it's not, everything doesn't have to be done by the city. We do a lot as it is. Let's use some of our partners. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Molina.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions here. How does creating this department, or if and when we create this department, will there be a duplication of services or overlap with other entities like the REDC or even the county's economic development department?
So we don't see it as an overlap per se, but more of working in conjunction with. So, you know, the regional EDC does a lot with the larger industries and looking at a regional one. The city's internal department would be focused specifically on businesses within the city limits of Corpus Christi, along with educating, bringing awareness to the Corpus Christi area, which I think, in addition to the efforts done by the regional EDC and the county, just further enhances that awareness and the marketing of the area to bring them in. So we would not see this as operating in a silo, but working in conjunction with those other two organizations.
And then with the creation of this department, would we be competing with any other organizations?
I can't say that we wouldn't be competing per se, just because there may be something wants to come in and they're deciding whether maybe a business wants to come in and says, you know, should I locate in Corpus Christi or maybe in Nueces County, or maybe in something surrounding. You know, we do look at it on a regional basis, and I think anybody locating within this area benefits the whole area. So there may be some competition, maybe just between, hey, we've got a parcel over here, or you've got a parcel over here, and it maybe not be within the city limits, but I see it as a win anyway if they locate within this area.
Yeah.
So then there would be cooperation?
Yes.
Well, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Who are you referring to?
Between the new department that we're creating and other organizations,
As in?
like the REDC.
No, they're not other they're us.
They're one of our
We're a
partnering
team.
organizations, yeah.
We are a team. We would not be at all. I say that with some passion because that's the very last thing we ever want is to not be working together. Plus, it's apples and oranges. And Mike Culverton, I know he has some comments to make, but no, I just don't want that to be.
I'm just glad that we're clarifying that publicly.
Yeah.
The other question I had, and really it's not a question, it's a statement, a point to make. I understand the desire for having control here with this body, but we run the risk of, it's desirable right now because I'm confident that the majority of us, if not all of us, are pro-growth and pro-economic development. But the risk is that there's other candidates or even people in the future that are anti-growth and anti-economic development, which could be a hindrance and harmful to our future growth. So that's just something to consider as we're talking about this.
Yeah, and I think that would, either way, because in funding the EDC, it's a vote. You know what I mean? Same difference here. Peter would be bringing it, it would just be more, and I don't like the word control, and I know what you meant by that, and I think what you meant, I think what you meant is oversight. It is strong
Right.
oversight of this department, because it's a department. But either way, there's funding for departments that are brought forth every single year. There's funding for EDC, there's funding for VCC, and we can pull their funding tomorrow. We can pull VCC's funding tomorrow. It's all the same difference. Would we do it? At a huge detriment. So I think this would be the same difference in you bringing it forth, right? But I appreciate those concerns because it is forming a new department and it's a matter of where we put it. So, thank you. Thank you. Councilman, Mr. Culbertson, did you have a comment?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council members, Mike Culbertson, interim CEO for your EDC.
I love that.
We do big stuff. You're right. We do big stuff. And if we were to bring this in-house, we deal with small businesses a lot. Of course, if you take a look at San Antonio, Houston, you see that it really is a clearinghouse, and it sends them to Del Mar, Small Business Development Center, SCORE, all of those people, and that's what we try to do. And of course, we do that as we do compliance on those as part of the Type B, Type A. We don't want small business in our thing, and I appreciate that, but I mean, we'd have to hire at least two people, one person, to do all the thing, and the other person to get through. Brittany, our Sotelo, our BRE, she works with small businesses in that we are trying to get manufacturers and machine shops into a group, and she's working on a way to market them. But every time we shoot something to the city, I mean, it pings around about 5 or 6 times. And that's not because the city, that's because our knowledge of who it really should go to. And if you have somebody in the city, I think that would work much better for you. And, I'll stay in my lane if you stay in yours.
Right.
I appreciate that.
Well, and Mike,
But thank you.
We appreciate your candor. We really do. We appreciate that insight. It's very valuable. Yeah. Councilman Bonetta.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I do agree that there's a missing component. All right. However, I think we're creating way more bureaucracy than we need to. I guess back in the late 90s, I had the pleasure of serving on a committee that the city had for the Small Business Resource Center. And basically what it was an individual, or 2 individuals. It was a director, basically, or whatever their title was, and an assistant. And all they did was coordinate all the resources. They worked with Small Business Development Center, they worked with SCORE, they worked at the time Acción, which is now Lift Fund. They coordinated with the private sector, the industry, to get people information. They coordinated with insurance agents. They worked closely with the 2 chambers at the time, the Hispanic Chamber, which at that time focused on a lot of minority business opportunities. And they also coordinated with I guess back then it was called the Alliance, but it was the Chamber of Commerce then, which it didn't work, by the way, the Alliance. So, but they coordinated with Del Mar College, Texas A&M University, Workforce Network. Ken Trevino was the executive director of that position. And basically that's all they did. They were ambassadors and they tied the loop for everybody. We worked with the comptroller's office to coordinate trade fairs, so that way all the public agencies that were around the community, all the private and public agencies could offer these procurement fairs, so that way individuals who were doing business with, it had a lot to do with local business, and it also had, but the thing is they were a point of contact instead of, like Mike saying, of them coordinating it all around. And then they also, sometimes when they were called, they were also very good at being very confidential if they had to refer it to somebody like the EDC. So I candidly, I understand what you're trying to do. I think part of the reason it's been raining so much is I've been agreeing with Gil too much. But I would go as far as to say that I think that you already have a lot of action in place. You know, some things that we moved along to is that we realized then is that AEP was one of the largest, they're a resource for large business. And they're the ones that everybody goes to first because of the fact that you need to have power. So they had a coordination with those individuals, you know, they had a formal connection that they could take to the city manager and say, hey, I got a call, this is what they're looking at. Maybe we get with our board members from the EDC so that way they're familiar with it and we go through the simple process. You had a very smart, well-educated individual in Ken that could handle that. They worked with the Port of Corpus Christi of individuals that wanted to be a partner with some of those because the port goes to different trade fairs and trades associations. They worked with the Downtown Management District. So I agree that there's a missing component because it's been where, once again, everybody gets pinged around. And the fact that we don't have somebody within either the city manager's office or finance to be able to close that loop. I'm in favor of doing something. I just think you're going way, way off the rails on this.
Off the rails with an economic development department?
Yes, I would
Wow.
agree. Once again, I think, because we already have a lot of partner agencies that provide all these resources, once again, with Del Mar, and the success that we had was tremendous. We did. I mean, back when the paper was relevant and we had our trade conference, it was at the front page of the business section, you know? I mean, we had a lot of successes. We worked directly with the comptroller's office to ensure that small business had this opportunity.
But we don't have anybody to coordinate that.
Yeah, I understand. That's what I'm saying. We need to have somebody, but I'm not saying that we need to create a department. All I'm saying is that you probably need one person with an assistant
So-
that is
That's
able
what
to.
we're recommending,
No.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so-
we're recommending
yeah.
two
So
additional.
what I would like to add, and so I understand, Councilmember Barrera, I understand what that had been previously.
Yeah, okay, but here, 275,000 for two people I think is excessive.
Well, that's including operating budget too, though.
Okay, so-
That isn't just for the two positions.
That's one thing I don't see. I see that you put them either in the city manager's office or put them in
It's
your
not in
office.
the manager's office. It would be a
Okay.
separate department.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just saying that, and I think honestly, they should be in the city manager's office, because if there's if from an economic development standpoint, in my opinion, the city manager needs to be focused and understand what the pulse of the community is. If that individual is touching the Port of Corpus Christi, the AEP, they're touching, even the RTA, because the RTA, Texas A&M Corpus Christi, Del Mar College, if they understand all those components, they work, back then, we had just passed the 4A and 4B board. And so they worked very closely with them, and then they understood the DMD. So in my opinion, somebody has to be able to coordinate that and communicate it to the city manager so you can be more effective.
Well, they would ultimately, they report to me, but they wouldn't be like in the city manager office. They would be a separate department. And then, yeah.
However it is,
Maybe
but I
supply
just think that we're creating more of a bureaucracy than we need. And it belongs under either, I personally think that it belongs in your department, because I know how well it worked before.
Okay.
Then now the thing is that the city council at that time went through a lot of budget cuts, and they said, we're gonna hand this over to the Small Business Development Center. Hence, when they opened up the facility that they have on Staples and Castores, that's when they opened that up, and that's where the Small Business Development Center moved in. The West Side Business Association, I think, was supposed to have an office there, the Black Chamber of Commerce. So that's basically what was done to be able to do that, and then it got pulled away, and I think ever since then, it's been a challenge.
Right, and I think Heather went over it, but the goals of this department that we've laid out based on looking at 20, we didn't just look at the top 7, we looked at 20 cities in Texas, and 17 of those, by the way, have a separate department, but one is what we don't even have is a strategic plan for economic development. What do we want to be as a city? from an economic development standpoint. What is our strategy? We have none. We would also do advocacy for prospective businesses. We have a lot of, this city has one of the largest amount of vacant lots inside the city's limits. There was a study that came out, we're like in the top 5. So how do we do infill development? We don't have a strategy for that. How do we market Corpus Christi?
Right.
We have no marketing. Mike has some, but for big industry.
Well, I mean, we have Visit Corpus Christi. That's what I'm saying. I
Marketing
think
for businesses, not tourism, but.
Well,
Yeah.
once again, I think what we did is that we complemented the Chamber of Commerce. What it was is somebody that closed the loop.
Yeah.
And now, granted, right now, we've got a lot of opportunity because of the petrochemical industry, obviously because our port and all the industry that moves in, the fact that we're moving along with water now, we're in a very strong position. I still think that we're making it bigger than it is.
Okay. There was just 2 other things too, business expansion and retention, and then targeted recruitment.
Yeah.
And
So one of the things I wanted to add is, I understand what the prior function had been for the Economic Development Department, and that was more of a facilitation, connecting those with the small businesses, that kind of stuff. But what we're proposing is a expanded focus from that. What both Jason and I have found in talking with developers outside the city limits is they don't know what's here. And so really marketing, as the city manager said, marketing the city, letting people be aware. We unfortunately are overshadowed by Houston, Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, where those population centers are. And so we really have to convince people, our developers, why they should come to Corpus Christi. We aren't even on their radars, is what we have found out. And so we need to have, if we want those quality businesses, and if we want those fun things to do, we're gonna have to go out there and work for it. And while making sure that our small businesses are taken care of and we provide those resources, it is much more than that.
I mean, I don't want to get into an economics discussion, but you have to, there's 3 things that are important for an economic development, okay, with regard to what you're talking about. Transportation is very important, okay? Electricity and water. And right now, transportation is an issue with regard to smaller businesses because you have to want to come to Corpus Christi. We're not on the Chisholm Trail like San Antonio and Austin, and we're not the international hub that Houston is or Dallas is. So and then we don't have a hub that's within an hour away, such as Arlington, Grand Prairie, Fort Worth, or whatever the thing is. So we have to identify who it is that we are, and I understand that there's a reason we do that. People ask me, then why can't we be like San Antonio? And I said, all we need is 10 million more visitors to go through on a regular basis, and we'd probably be just like them, but that's not going to happen. Once again, I'd love to have the dialogue with you offline, of what I envision for this, but I think once again, I would move in baby steps, and then if you encounter that, I think you're looking at too big of a department to move forward with. That was just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Hunter?
Thank you. Kind of forgot half the stuff I was going to say, but I will say that the mayor, Gil, and Roland all have good points. What I want to know is each council member going to have equal opportunity and input on this?
There's 9 members on the council. You have equal input on every item, so yes.
Yeah, right.
Yes, sir.
So give me an example of how we're going to have equal opportunity on this economic development group.
Right, so
or
developing.
whatever it's called.
Yes, sir. So one of the things I mentioned is developing a strategy. What do we want to focus on as a city? That's a policy item that we discuss with the council. You all would have an opportunity to tell us based on our recommendation, give us feedback on the initial recommendation, and then you all would vote. And so the strategy would be in the hands of the council. It's a policy question. Things like an economic development deal, it's going to come to this council. A strategy, infill development strategy, how much money do we want to allocate? What do we want to target? Is it housing? Is it commercial development? What parts of the city do we want to target first? All those questions you all, every 9 one of you will answer.
What about like a subcommittee like we have on,
We could do an economic development subcommittee. The mayor would be her prerogative. San Antonio has one of
3 or
those.
4 of us on there? No, bad idea? I don't know. I'm just
Well, no,
thinking.
it's not necessarily a bad idea at
Yeah,
all.
that's a good idea.
We actually could do that.
Yeah.
Hey, the only reason is no one helps me with tech, and this may be my only opportunity to get tech here.
Not
You know what I'm saying?
true.
That's a good idea, Councilman. Again, another good one
That
for
crosses
today.
both borders right
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. The
Yeah,
mayor could
it is a good idea.
could be in economic development. What we recognize.
And
yeah.
for, we've always tried to get, Councilman Smith, another Republican, has literally been telling everyone in South Texas that we have vacancies downtown. And we have never been able to fill it since he's been on here, and this could be an opportunity for that.
Yeah.
Alyssa's trying, and she's doing a great job. But there are too many vacancies, and that only comes with professional jobs.
I
And
like
then-
that idea. It's great.
And then, I don't know, I'm gonna end with this. I am going to go ahead and throw my name in the hat for the nomination of taking over the council member on the EDC spot,
Oh,
our EDC spot
oh,
for the
wow.
future.
Okay.
Hey, both mayors make me do things I don't wanna do, okay? Y'all put me on committees I don't wanna be on, so now I'm making a statement. And
Noted.
I've spent way more time with those people than Greg has, and he got put on there.
Oh. Okay.
I'm gonna resign in December.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Councilman Pusley.
Okay, I think this is a really good step forward, and I don't have the breadth of knowledge that Roland has with respect to how it was done in the past. I wasn't involved in all that, but I will tell you, when I was first a member of the Downtown TERS, with respect to my position on the Commissioners Court, and when they moved Alyssa from the city's employee to, I was happy for Alyssa. I thought it was a good move for the city overall, but I thought it was a loss for the city, because back then we at least had somebody who was dedicated to looking at these kinds of things. But I'll give you a real world example. We've got a company that's come into Corpus Christi that's trying to develop Bluffs Landing out here, which just, and I'm sure Councilman Smith will agree, that's in his district. Just a few years ago, that place would have to step up to be considered a slum. And they've gone in there and spent millions of dollars improving that area, and they have become extremely frustrated to the point where they're threatening to just sell out and move away, because they can't come to somebody here at the city and get help and input on the things that they want to do. I tried to hook them up with the EDC, as Mike was very well aware, with Brittany, and there was only so much they could do, but it really comes back to this focus. And we have to be focused on, I'm very glad they've been successful at bringing large businesses in here, but now we need the businesses that will support those big businesses. We need to do things that will improve quality of life issues. We need more restaurants, we need more retail, we need more things that people can come here to see. And so we need to have some way to focus on that. Whether or not this is too large a bureaucracy, I don't know. The whole city's a big bureaucracy, so
Yeah.
we have to find a balance. Now, as far as paying for it, our friends at the Port of Corpus Christi pay for this exact thing with the county. So why don't we reach out to the port and ask them to pay for this for us? That's one of the things that they can donate to, is economic development.
They've
Right.
got $5 million to do it.
We can apply in that October round.
Yeah,
Right.
I think we should.
We can.
Yeah.
Absolutely should.
Absolutely.
So that's
Okay.
all I've got to say about it.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Hernandez.
I think it's going to snow this year.
It's gonna.
No, and like I said, I don't think it needs to be quite this robust in terms of what we're trying to do. It should be, and I'm not opposed to having it a 300 level position, to where you actually get a professional in the position of the business liaison, what it used to be, because that's what Alyssa was doing. And Alyssa did a phenomenal job, and that's, I want to say that led directly to her getting the position with the Downtown Management District. But then, whatever happened to Randy?
So Randy actually accepted a position in engineering, and we're having a challenge replacing him.
Okay,
And so, and we have had a challenge replacing the economic development coordinator also.
So that position, what, is a 200 level position? So,
Yeah, but Gil,
what I'm saying is that,
What-
this is, I mean,
you can't compare what Arlene did individually, what Alyssa did. You know why Alyssa's where she's at? Because she did such a great job here. And
That is
look what
correct.
she's dealing with.
that's correct, but it
Hold
was a
on,
200
what is
level
her- hold
position,
on,
though.
What is her budget? Alyssa's, I forget.
1.5
Yeah,
million.
$1.5 million.
$2 million.
So we are the 8th largest city. There is a reason that 7 cities above us have an economic development department. There's a reason 17 out of 20 cities in Texas have their own economic development department. There's a reason Governor Abbott put some serious money into his economic development department at the state level. So if you all like what you see downtown, and you all want, which we do, we say we want our city to grow, we want to be San Antonio, we don't want to be San Antonio, but we want that growth trajectory. This is a part of it. I'm sorry, I just completely disagree with, this is too big, too much, oh my God, we are sitting here saying we're a $1.4 billion city, but yet we don't want to invest in a department that is going to focus on exactly what we talk about and what needs to happen, which is a focus on economic development. Can you imagine what would happen if there was no development services department? Can you imagine what would happen if there was no code enforcement department? Can you imagine what would happen if there was no, give me a facility,
The
something
airport,
that's,
any
the
one of them.
airport, whatever.
Right.
It would go by the wayside. So,
Yeah, that would be
yeah,
bad.
we'd fall apart.
Right.
Because we have
You
gone
can go back
nothing
to
but
3
up.
years ago, yeah.
Nothing but up
Right.
since you got here. And
Right.
sure, anybody can be a city, any one of us could go sit in your chair. Guess what would happen?
Right.
Disaster. We aren't city managers. So I'm just speaking because I can't even believe we're having this long of a discussion, not necessarily, I don't want to say against, and I understand what you're saying completely, but I think the really big picture, Gil, is the investment calls for the department calls for an investment. If we want to see an investment on return, a return on investment that is going to do nothing but good, we're going to look back on this 5 years, 10 years from now and go, wow, look at what it has done for us.
Well, I disagree, and I think it could be scaled down. It's one of the 5% of the time, and this would be one of the reasons why I would not vote for the
Okay.
for the budget.
Okay, so you're voting against economic
I'm
development.
not voting against
Oh, you
economic
are.
development. I'm
Yes,
voting
you are.
against how this department is structured. That is, it has nothing to do with economic development. I think there's other ways there's more ways than one to skin a cat, right? To use a coin term. Well, I mean, there's no guarantees on that. So if we want to blackmail them and get them to pay our stuff, that's fine. I don't mind.
Blackmail them?
I don't
How are we gonna
mind.
blackmail them?
I'm just saying. I'm not saying them we're blackmailing. I'm just using a term.
You just accused me of trying to blackmail.
No, I
Okay.
didn't.
That ain't what I said.
No, I didn't. And
Okay,
you
y'all
know,
need to stop.
You're
done,
Get the
both of you.
interruption. Is
No,
it?
you really-
Like I
you're
said,
defending
I don't
yourself.
think this is the right way to do
Okay,
this.
hey, but you.
And then that's it.
That's fine. Okay, we understand that. Okay, Councilman Smith. Oh, no, you want to get in on this?
Yeah.
No, I do not want in on this. Okay, and we appreciate, I would really love Brett sitting here, and you have a lot to do. You don't have to come. You don't have to say anything. But I mean, I'm sure you're thinking lots of really interesting things.
One quick comment. We all talked about how great Alyssa is, and this is giving us another Alyssa.
This is giving us another Alyssa. Exactly. It's a very good point. Thank you, Greg. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
So we just have one more slide on this department, and
Oh.
the
Oh,
Leopard.
God.
Yeah, but both our council members that represent Cal Allen are out though. But the Leopard Street Business Facade Improvement Program,
Okay.
This is recommended in the budget, and Heather will go over it.
Sure.
Let me get the,
So there's an allocation of $250,000 in general fund to help encourage business retention and growth along Leopard Street in between Lantana and Toloso. So that is a primarily kind of industrial area. And so we're still working through what that program may look like, but what we're proposing is a 50-50 match for qualified improvements that could include, and like I said, we are still working through this, basically improvements to the facades. So doors, windows, paint, lighting, fencing, security, things like that, to help revitalize that area between Toloso and Lantana.
So, and Councilman
Lantana and
Pusley,
Tolosa.
give me an example. What businesses are there? I'm just not familiar with, what's there now?
There's like closer to downtown here, there's a strip center that has a numerous stores, like a rental place, a Pizza Hut, a taqueria. So those are some of the examples. It could be, Councilman Lerma probably could give better ones, but
Saxon area, the Saxon Center.
Saxon
The Saxon
area.
area. The old
Right.
Snapkas is still there
Yes.
on Leopard Street. That
Oh,
needs
that's a good one, yeah.
That needs a good facade to change or help on that. There's several, because you and I.
Snap
So
is a
there's
good
a lot
one.
of industrial type, like warehouse things, supply, building supply, things like that along there too.
Yeah, but
I mean, do we know where, I mean, where did this come from? Is there do we
There's
know that they are going to want to do this?
we don't know for
Or-
sure because we haven't pulled them, but these programs are successful in other cities. And in fact, we have one in our own city, which is downtown. So this is somewhat modeled after the downtown facade improvement program.
So if we don't,
If
something
people don't apply,
doesn't take off, right, what are we gonna do with this?
we'll just
Well,
move it
redirect the money.
We can go to
Yeah.
the Staples corridor, ma'am, because there are other businesses there too, but I'm looking at I was more concentrating right there in the Saxon Center area, up to where the Snapkas is at. I have not gotten there to talk to the individuals, because I wanted to make sure that this was okay first before I go out and start spreading, that, hey, we can help you, I want to make sure that funding is there first before I get out to the businesses. But there's quite a few businesses on that Leopard area that we can help make,
I mean, assuming they're wanting to do it.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am, assuming,
But
yes.
if not,
If not, then
we
we'll
can
redirect
move
the
it.
money in next year's budget.
or move it elsewhere. I mean,
Another
there's-
corridor, we can move it to
Right,
another corridor.
right.
Yeah, we can move it on the Staples
Yeah.
corridor.
There's some pretty
There's a lot of businesses
long-established businesses on Leopard Street, and it's part of the effort to focus on that corridor. We're looking at the
Sure.
ownership of the road right now, but,
Okay.
so, yes.
Great.
Okay.
Councilman Pusley, you think it's bad? Well, no, I want to hear your thoughts. Turn your microphone on. Okay, Councilman Pusley, go ahead.
Yeah, what we're looking at here is we're trying to improve the overall look of one of the main corridors in this city, which is Leopard Street. And I know every year when I used to ride in the Buccaneer Parade and come down this way toward downtown, it was just like you were entering a slum area. And so anything we can do, and it doesn't just start here close to this area, but it extends all the way out to, and I've taken code enforcement out there, Councilman Lerma and I have, at businesses that are operating along Leopard Street that may not even be operating in the correctly zoned area, but that's different. So we're just trying to improve the overall look of one of the main corridors of this city. That's what it's about. And, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but
Right.
at least we tried.
Right.
Okay. Councilman Hunter.
Sorry, I didn't mean that this is a bad idea. I think this is a great idea. It is. With this, I just asked if this was going to be a joint effort by the council, and now there's already being ideas presented to us, and none of the rest of us have discussed it. One, good job on the idea, but two, this is why I'm concerned about this program. Because there's already something here for us to be without having any discussion with all of us.
Right, so the discussion's here right now. We have to start somewhere, so this is the first recommendation.
Sure.
Several council members talked to me about it, and so we're bringing it forward as a recommendation for the body, and we're here to
Well,
listen.
if the rest of us knew that we could have put something on here today for $250,000 somewhere else in the city, we would have done that too.
Yeah.
And let me, I guess, just interject. I think what we might do, you know, every council member has areas. So everyone needs to say, well, you know, I'd like you to consider, not you, the council, well, you too, but the council to consider, Roland's got a particular area in 3 that he would like to put forth some effort, whatever that may be, and just down the line. And then the at-large, of course, you guys have interest in all of it, but I think that's what you've heard a couple of times today and stuff that's come forth, like,
I mean, this
is
just
he
looks
gone
like
the industrial park?
Yeah, we have,
This looks
so
like
each
it's
council.
a city-run thing and not or maybe 2 or 3 council members. However, the 2 or 3 council members who may have had some input on this did a great job because Leopard Street does need this.
Well, of course
I'm
it
not
does,
saying that.
but-
I'm not saying that this is
Right.
bad at all. I think this is fantastic and is a great thing, which
Yeah,
probably goes against my own points of bringing this up. What I'm saying is, 3 years from now, some of us are not going to be here. Shoot, maybe 4 months from now, some of us may not be back. Whatever, 2 months, whatever the date is. This could
I'm leaving with Greg.
this could get bad in the future. It could.
Well,
Okay.
we definitely need a plan for this area.
Yeah, we need, right.
Because,
And
yeah.
in future budgets, we can move it around the city in different corridors. This budget that I'm presenting reflects something for each of the council members. So as an example, the industrial park in District 5, we have amenities in District 2, especially in this year's budget, splash pads and dog parks. In District 3, we have more dollars for Salinas Park and other areas of District 3. District 4, tremendous investment along Ocean Drive, which is formerly District 4, the Island, Flower Bluff. So it's not, each program is not identical because it's the needs that are expressed by that single-member district to me in the past year, or things that we have known about. So not everybody needs Ocean Drive repaved, right? Because there's only one Ocean Drive, but people have industrial parks in District 5, and council members have showed me, taken me to Leopard Street, said, we have got to change this, Peter. So these are this kind of single-member district issues. We're trying to make sure we're equally addressing council needs across the 5 districts. But to your point, we could move this program around year after year in each of the districts. That's something we could do as well. Just a thought.
All I'm saying is, like, again, I think this is great. If this came across me today, I would vote for it. I think it's fantastic. All I'm trying to say is I would like everyone, if this is going to be a joint, equal input committee, like we said it was going to be, I'd like all of us to have a foot at the table while we're bringing this up, rather than something being brought to us at the last minute and then having to vote on something along with that to go on our budget.
I guess I'm trying to understand your comment, Councilman. Do you think this is part of this new program that Heather just presented to us?
Yes.
Okay, well,
It's
this is not, this doesn't.
Oh, I apologize.
This doesn't have anything to do, this is something Councilman Lerman and I have been talking to the city manager about.
I apologize. I thought this was part of the economic development thing. It's under there.
No.
Yeah,
It's
no,
under the.
it would be, it would have been managed under the
I
Economic Development
apologize.
Department, but no,
That's
that
why
was.
I was so upset about it. I'm so sorry. It's under the same category in the presentation.
They didn't have the divider in here, but this is something
apologize.
we've been talking about for over a year.
Yes.
I feel really bad and I apologize.
But there really
I'm so
does need
sorry.
to be a plan.
I'm so sorry.
And I'll
Thank
tell you
Councilman.
why it started is, I'm sick and tired of my wife chewing me out every time she drives down Leopard Street and saying it looks like a bombed-out third world country. So,
Okay, but to add, and we'll close this out, but to add to that, we can take $250,000 and I give you 5 locations in Roland's, Roland's district that could use that. I really believe we've got to have, Peter, we got to talk to people here and have a plan. Who's there? It's
Ma'am,
kind of
I
like,
agree.
no disrespect, but, and I still want those numbers. Who's in that industrial park? How many businesses are there? What, all of that, I don't want to go into that. I'm just saying,
Right,
I do
yeah.
want that information.
Right.
But justification for it. So you can go dump $500,000 in there. Well, really, you can't, because it's a match. So
Yeah.
people have to be vested in it. So I'm curious to know, I know this is just a concept. We want to allocate $250,000 to try to, improve the
corridor.
the corridor.
Right.
Right. But we don't even know who's willing to do it. But I know we're not spending a dime until we do. But
Right.
that'll be very interesting, and if not, we move it elsewhere and make sure the investment's going to work.
Right.
Because then that's one piece. What happens to the rest of it that Norma's not gonna be happy about when she drives by it? I mean, there has to be a plan.
Right.
Staples Corridor, there's a plan.
Yeah.
From 37 to 6 Points. No one's gonna just go dump money into that. Who's gonna, right? I
Right.
just wanna see a plan.
Okay.
And I support this completely, because we've gotta start improving, these areas.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, absolutely. Councilman Hernandez,
Just real quick, this is that funding that's in the non-departmental thing that was under neighborhood services. Where did that funding actually come from?
It's
Just out of the general fund? It was a one-time
yeah.
expenditure, and I'm not sure why it ended up in neighborhood services, but maybe it's because there's homeless people on
I think
on
originally,
Leopard?
so it was before, that was where it had, just as a part of kind of neighborhood improvement type of thing. It was
Okay.
going to be managed by neighborhood services. When we started discussing it, we thought it would be more appropriate to be managed by the economic development,
Well,
since it's
the
more
reason I
development
say
versus.
this is because I think, honestly, and I mentioned this to Councilman Lerma, there should be a TERS along the Leopard corridor. If you're looking at reinvestment area, there's no better place than Leopard, and you can pick an area, what that needs to be. And I recommended that to you before. This is kind of the start, looks like it's a kickoff for that, because where you would actually have, but 250,000 for Leopard corridor isn't going to be enough. You may get one or two things out of it, but it's really, I don't know how it's going to be enough. But I would recommend looking in the future for TERS for that Leopard corridor, and I would recommend that because I think it really does need to be redeveloped.
yeah. Yeah.
So-
Okay.
That's a great
But
idea.
I agree with this. I don't think, I want to support my fellow council members in this and those on Leopard, because it does need a lot of help.
It does.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's it. So
you.
that concludes.
That's it for the yes.
That concludes, yes.
Thank you, Heather.
That's okay.
So we could have Eddie go over the hot tax right
Oh.
quick, or just skip to the budget amendments. Is that the desire of the council and the time?
What do we have, Eddie?
We have, the remaining items include the hotel occupancy tax, and then really it's the potential amendments and budget adjustments.
No, let's
So
do the
just two
hotel.
things remaining.
Let's do the hotel.
What's that?
Hotel.
Okay, let's go through the hot tax. Eddie's
Okay.
going to do that. We want
Okay.
to thank Brett for being here, our CVB,
Yes.
or VCC CEO, and Johnny's still here as well. Johnny, thank you for joining us. Go ahead, Eddie.
Okay, the hotel occupancy tax ends up being a total of 15%. That would be the municipal tax of 7%. We do get 2% of the state hot tax. The state gets 6%. We get 2% of that. We're one of the very few coastal communities that were able to get that. The convention expansion is 2%. And then recently, in late June, the council passed the Corpus Christi Tourist Public Improvement District. And the budget for that particular, it's assessing a fee on the hotels with 40 or more rooms located in the city. The budget for that particular area in '23 is $3.5 million. That would be with the help of Visit Corpus Christi and a 3-way agreement. That money would go to them per the agreement. This is just a little chart on how the 15% is spread out. 2% convention center expansion. The Visit Corpus Christi gets 44% contractually of the 7%, and then the city also gets 2% of what the 6% the state collects. This is a bar. Go ahead.
That's what the hot tax is currently, this is the fees?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is not an upgrade or increase?
No. That's currently.
All right, okay.
That's correct. This is a bar graph on the little history on the hot revenues. This is a 7% only. And you can see in 22 we adopted a budget of 12.7 million. We estimated 13,492,000. As we stand here today, that's very conservative. We had 8 months of actuals when we did that projection, and the thought was we were gonna see a little drop-off with the fuel prices, inflationary pressures. But the last 2 months have each been over 200,000 more than what we projected. So as we sit here today, we're thinking that's probably more in the $14 million range, very conservative.
Right.
And the 23 proposed was, we budgeted about the same as what we estimated, again, with the thought that the inflation that we had in the fuel was gonna hit us a little bit, and it hasn't yet, but it still could. Let's see. Here's some of the items that are in the hot expenditures. The Gulf Beach maintenance is reimburses the general fund for some of the Gulf Beach maintenance. The Museum of Science and History, this is the same amount as the current year, 500,000, and then 50,000 for marketing efforts. And then the 3 areas with asterisks, the Art Museum, the Aquarium, and the Botanical Gardens, all have been increased. The Art Museum was increased by 25,000, excuse me, went from 350,000 to 375. The Aquarium was increased by 10,000 from 300,000 to 310. And then the Botanical Gardens were increased by 5,000 from 65,000 to 70,000. Then the last item, Junior Olympics boxing. Then up to the Buck Days marketing, was not in the budget. It was a late request. We received it after we presented the proposed budget to you. So that was submitted to help with marketing efforts on the air show and the bull riding, is 100,000. I think there is an option here to work with Visit Corpus Christi. We just haven't had, it came in late, so we haven't had the opportunity to do that, but we could work with them and see if they could fit some of that into their budget, but we would have to.
So how did that come about?
The Buck Days?
Yeah, the 100,000.
It was a late request.
I mean, it was a request.
I think Johnny Filippello sent us a request. Did he send it to you, Eddie?
I don't.
Well, who did he
Somebody
send
sent it to me. It
Who?
wasn't Johnny. Somebody else.
Was it a telephone call?
Sent it to me.
Yes. I'm just curious as
Okay.
to how that was not budgeted, maybe, on your end? Or prices go up in marketing?
No, this is Johnny Filippello, President and CEO of Buccaneer Days, and we never market out of market for any of our events. It's just not the return on investment for us there. The hot tax, the sales tax is where that return on investment is for out of market. So seeing the growth in the hot fund, if the city chooses to, we're more than adequate with saying, let's go try to reach these 2 events that are certainly tourist draws and push an effort on the air show and PBR as part of that. 100% of it would go to marketing out of market, wouldn't go into our operating at all. So that was a late request that after talking with some of the staff that there was hot tax available. Hey, why don't we try this and see if we can really move the needle on out-of-towners coming, but wouldn't go into our operating budget for those events. We pay for PBR, which is their finals, and the air show 100% out of our operating. We just want to tell tourists that, hey, this event's happening this time of year, and
Right.
come out and check it out. So.
Right. And it's not, I mean, we all support that. But back to Michael's point, like Johnny just said, there's extra dollars. So if there's extra dollars, then we really should, there's a lot of people who would say, I'll take a few extra dollars. People tell me all the time. I'm all for that.
Sure.
That's fine. But, I mean, Peter, if there are additional dollars in this fund, and there are a lot of things that go on, you know, within the city. Well, good example, the Junior Olympics, and I had even sent you a text that time saying, how are we, where'd this come from? You
Right.
know, which, again, I'm all for the Junior Olympics or boxing, but I'm just, how does that happen? So like, if somebody else comes up and says, well, I know that your numbers are great, you know, and you get your 100 and everybody gets their increase, and I would like this much money, we just put it in?
Right, so there is a process. We have the budget process, so the past 6 months, we've been developing the budget. It includes staff, professional analysis, and outside agency input or requests. So the $100,000 is not budgeted. The request came in after the proposed budget was
Right.
presented to council. We're just letting you know about it, and the plan is to work with Brett auditing the CEO of Visit Corpus Christi to see if he has capacity in his budget. If not, we would bring something back to the council after we see how the revenues finish up in the year is another option. So the ones that have the asterisk there, the Art Museum, Texas State Aquarium, excuse me, and the Botanical Gardens, those are all city facilities, and they all sent a letter asking for an adjustment during the budget process, as they traditionally do. So they follow they've followed a process. Those are all city facilities, and their adjustments were requested to mitigate inflation and other issues. So we do need to protect the funds, and there is a process, and we don't have to spend the money if our revenues are better than not. We know we have competing interests for the hotel occupancy tax to include deferred maintenance at the convention center and a potential convention center hotel. So.
And it's not against,
And
it's not
let me-
against, only because it says it came in
No, I
late, so
hear
I'm
you.
like, oh.
And
well,
let me be clear, if y'all don't want to tell San Antonio, Houston, the Valley about the air show, that's fine. I don't, we'll make sure we're putting on a great event for the local community. It's truly just an opportunity. I can't justify in my nonprofit taking away from scholarships to say,
No.
let's go promote this air show, this PBR event to San Antonio, because that return, there's more money made on the hotels and the sales tax than there is on what I'm doing to spend to get that dollar. So
Right.
if you want to do it, great. I'll tell you, the challenge that you're talking right here is the same challenge serving on the Visit Corpus Christi board is have a hard time going and asking Visit Corpus Christi to say, hey, promote me more than these other events too. So I understand where you're coming from.
But you've never promoted before, right?
I,
This 100,000 is going outside, which you said you've never done before.
we only spend
right?
money locally on
Right.
marketing as Buck
Right.
Days.
Right.
Visit Corpus Christi has done some marketing on Buck Days in the past. Brett would have to speak more on how much of that
Sure.
they do, but it's a measure they go
Right.
at. So
Yeah,
Okay.
we think the initiative is a good one. Don't get us wrong, Johnny, but
Sure.
Sure.
we haven't had enough time to address it, frankly, because it came in late. So we're just letting you know about
Yeah.
it. We still have to have a conversation with Brett on how much can his budget maybe absorb. That it is their business is to
And
market events.
I am more focused on that process.
Right. We have to go through the process. We haven't done it yet. So it's listed here just
Right.
as more or less as an FYI and a beginning of the conversations. We'll have
Yep.
to come back to you and working with Brett over the next couple of weeks. We don't have to start advertising tomorrow. We have
No,
time.
no.
It's
Yeah.
next summer.
But that's also exciting because that's a new initiative
Right.
because we don't go outside and it's very successful. So it'd be very interesting to see what will happen
Right.
with the right, I don't even know if that's enough money to do it, but I would imagine that's going to give you something, some sort of impact, hopefully.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Councilman Pusley? No? Okay.
Okay, good. Keep
Very
going,
good.
Eddie, then.
All right, that
Oh, that's
concludes,
it?
that
Okay.
concludes the hot presentation. We want to.
Yeah, keep going to the amendments and so that you can skip the,
Yeah.
I went over in my city manager report this past Tuesday, the community
Councilman
input.
Smith? I'm sorry. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
no worries. Okay.
Thought you
And
were
a lot
talking
of
to Eddie.
council members were at each community input session, so
but I'm
this
sorry,
is
Councilman
just
Smith has
going
a
over the
comment.
concerns.
You have a comment, Eddie? Sorry, Councilman
Yeah,
Smith.
so Eddie, on the 2% we're getting that's dedicated to the convention center, we're saying, it's pushing $4 million. Do we have any debt? Does it cover any debt service, or does it just cover?
The 2.1 that we discussed today in the tax rate
Well,
is
no,
what it's covered.
I'm talking about the several millions that the convention center gets every year from that they have 2 cents dedicated on the hot tax.
It's not really, it's not, it doesn't have to, it's not dedicated necessarily, but I don't remember when
Well,
it
I-
came up in like 2000 when it was increased by 2%.
Yeah.
And it was for convention center expansion, but I think there's some other,
Yes,
there's
it's
some
convention
leeway.
center, but is that, are those monies ringed off that it has to go for that
No.
2 cents?
No.
Yeah, they're in the total fund schedule, so that generates about,
Constance, do you
I
know?
don't think so. I don't think that's correct. Yeah,
I
doesn't
think
have
it
to go.
could, it's something we need to check on. with it. And this originally went for debt service, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct. It initially went to debt service, but we have checked with our city legal, and it can be used for any operational expenditure for the convention center.
Okay, so it is ringed to the convention center?
Only the convention center,
So
correct.
if we need to do some capital improvements like a 30-year life roof, that we could go ahead and secure some bonds with that, or
Correct.
Yeah, after you cut something in the budget, because it's all programmed in the fund schedule, Councilman, in the budget on page 168.
Yeah,
So
well,
we'd have to delete something to be able to do that.
Well, and I'm looking on 212 too. You know, one thing, trying to trace down what the cost of the convention center is for
Right.
us is, you know, we've got the arena tax going in there. We've got some coming out of the regular 15% hot tax. We've got the 2 cents going in here. On that, we have some revenues that are generating back. As far as I can tell, we run about a $15 million deficit.
You're correct. Right, we went over that last year. We have to Constance and I have the model. It's complicated, like you said.
Yeah.
So it's 15 million is the revenues that we bring to the table with HUT and sales tax, and the fees from the convention center, and that's 4.5 million.
Yeah.
So that's why we recommended the new managing firm that you all agree to. And we're working on the agreement, in fact, that will, the contract with that company that's gonna come to city council. So we'll see what the projections are. We'll present those to you about what the future subsidy would look like.
Yeah, Fred, but we all need to be aware of, you know, over 5 years, it's a $75 million, or over 10 years, a $150 million use of funds on there with it, and as we're doing our ROIs and stuff like that, you know, what, and I'm talking about this, there's other things, you know, sports facilities, and what is our best use of funds? Why are we, you know, we're so, it's got to go to the convention center, compete against 3,500 other convention centers on there, and then you know, bringing sports up and stuff like that. $15 million a year with it, where do we want to be on it? And I'm kind of, you know, with the roof, we're kind of taking it out of cash on there when we do have a dedicated stream with it. And that's,
Right.
I think, you know, what we need to be looking at. And this is, a roof is our roofer is gone, but it does have a capital life to it too.
Right.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Okay, I'll go, I'm not gonna go through each district since I know a lot of the council members were, it slides, it shows some of the concerns were raised at each one of the 5 input sessions. The bike path came up quite a bit, various other, the concerns about the emission from the Exxon plant, the lady spoke about Salinas Park. And then after, you know, we had 33 questions asked in the 5 input sessions, and the comments were basically focused on streets, parks and recs, water utilities, a little bit economic development and neighborhood services. And then after the input sessions, we got together and listed all the questions and how many times each particular topic came up. And these were the items that came up for recommendations to be included in the budget as a result of the input sessions. This is all one-time items, but the lighting and trail improvements at Salinas Park, this would be for design services, $100,000. $100,000. A lot of, like I said, a lot of about the bike lanes that would be protected from traffic. And so the thought was to refresh the master plan that I think was done in the 26 timeframe. And we don't know the exact cost on this, but we put here $100,000. Some homelessness outreach with partner agencies through a competitive bid process. We had $100,000 potentially for that particular program. And then it came up in one of the input sessions that more dollars should go to the art projects, which is divvied out to various events. Right now, there's $200,000 in the hot budget for that particular item, and this would recommend potentially another $100,000 for that program. And then we talked about the North Beach drainage improvements of $2 million. And then the last item on today's workshop is the budget amendments, and I listed the ones that we haven't really discussed in much detail. Because we had 6, this is the 6th of 6 workshops. We started out with 4 workshops, we ended up with 6, today being the 6th. And then some of the adjustments, which we've talked about, is the lease purchase payment would be $3.9 million would be moved from the general fund to the debt service fund. Because of the property tax values coming in a little bit different, and we didn't have all the exact numbers, the 4 cents dedicated for property tax was a little bit low in the proposed budget, so that needs the transfer from the general fund to the residential street fund for that 4 cents has to be bumped up by $545,000 that total is about $9,788,000 for the 4 cents now. The residential streets gets 1% of general fund revenues, and the street maintenance fund gets 6% of general fund revenues. So every time general fund revenues shift around a little bit, you have to go change those 2 numbers. So the residential street fund actually get about $16,900 less due to the 1% going down a little bit. And the 6% for the street maintenance fund would get about $97,000 less for that particular part of the transfer. There were some solid waste lease payments that weren't included in the 3.9 above. Just a little, pretty much an oversight on my part maybe, but the lease purchase payment for some of the equipment for the composting was already ordered. Some of it they've already received. They were initially planning on paying that with the savings that the composting program would have generated, but those savings won't be realized now until fiscal year '24. So that's a $600,000 addition for that particular item. We did get a request, the next item there, for some maintenance and repair work on the St. Andrews Park tennis courts, $25,000. In the economic development area that we just discussed, one of the positions was funded through street. We need to put that in the general fund. Give them their position back, basically.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I wanted to go back to something Councilman Smith had. I mean, you're, on the hot taxes, you're spending a lot out of reserve funds. Your income is $17.5 million, you're spending $22 million. Is that, or $19 million? $19 million, so you're reducing your
Fund balance a little bit.
fund balance a little bit. So with these amendments, you have a few here. I guess I guess some of the ones that came up, I mean, you're gonna be reducing that fund balance more?
It would be $100,000 for the art funds, yes, sir. That would be the only amendment that would.
And there's no requirements for fund balance with hot tax, right?
No,
We don't,
special revenue fund, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's $2.6 million in fund balance, and as Eddie said, the revenues are slightly underestimated at this point based on more months of actuals. that
Okay,
have
so
come in.
you're anticipating more revenues, how much?
About 500,000 more.
500,000, so
Yeah.
you're gonna be able to cover that? Okay.
We'll be able to cover that, yes, sir.
Okay, and when you mention here that you're decreasing funding out of the general fund because of the 1% going to, but that's a decrease from the increase, right?
Yes.
Okay, it's a
That's
decrease
correct.
from the increase, so
Yeah.
it's not actually a decrease,
right,
it's just not as much of an increase.
That's correct.
Okay, so let's word that way, okay?
Okay.
Don't say it's a decrease
Okay,
because
okay.
that's misleading.
You're correct.
Okay, all right, so that's the only problem, that's the problem I had there. Just, let's stay what it is. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Councilman Pusley?
What was that on, Gil? I was reading something else. What were you?
On the third bullet there,
I'm looking at page 58 on the presentation, where it says residential street, and it says decreased revenue in residential street fund due to decrease in general fund transfer, and it says 16,009, but it's not a decrease, it's a decrease from the overall increase. So it's just not increasing as much by $16,900. It's a smaller, it's not as, yeah, so it's not a decrease, it's just not as much of an increase.
Okay. Now, you were 2 pages ahead of me. Eddie, I wanted to ask, on these general fund staff amendments, and you say that the decreased general fund transfer to residential streets 1% of the general fund revenue per financial policy. So that was a financial policy adopted by some council?
And y'all update it every year.
So
Approve it every year. Either
had-
we change it or with no changes.
We update it every year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So, well, Peter left, so I was going to ask him a question. I'll wait till Peter gets back.
So the 1% for residential streets, just for your information, amounts to about 2.7 million. So it wasn't a huge.
How much is that an increase over last year?
Well, it went from.
Well, we went from a
Yeah, it went from 2/3% to 1%, but maybe that was this
So we're
year.
actually having a significant increase.
Yes.
So I just, that was worded.
Around $900,000 increase. So now it's going to be only 8.
Okay, so.
You're correct. Yeah.
Let's not make it sound like it's bad then.
Okay, it's,
All
yeah.
right, thanks.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it just seems to me like 1% is still low.
Well, it's 1% less less the industrial district, because a residential street already gets 5% of industrial district revenue.
Right.
And less the 4-cent property tax transfer, which amounts to 9.7 million. So it's not just the bottom line revenues, it's less a couple of.
What's the total number for that then?
I think around 270 million. And the general fund, if you look, it's, 313 million? So a few things are taken out of that before the 1% is calculated.
Okay. Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilman Pusley, did you have a question? I had to step out just for a moment.
Yeah, I think Eddie got to it.
Eddie got it? Okay.
I did want to, and I don't know where to put this in, so I'm just going to throw it out and we can talk about it whenever. I know I've visited with Chief Markle about this several times, and we're talking about saving money. And he's been looking at, and he has told me that he's got it, he's ready to bring it before council. I don't know when it's going to come forward. And that's on a new program for our record towing services for the city.
Yes, sir. It's on the agenda for next week.
For next week?
Yes, sir.
Well, how about that?
Yep.
Okay.
It'll be that, and there's a taxi cab ordinance amendment as well that he's bringing.
Okay, good
Yes,
deal.
sir.
Thank you.
On Tuesday's agenda.
Okay, that's all. That's all the questions.
Okay, next slide. This was discussed yesterday also. It's in the water fund, an additional water resource position or conservation position, 70,000 for that particular item. The next item was engineering. This is for Councilman Hernandez discussed it a few days ago, I think, the audit, contracted services for audit of construction projects. So it would increase the revenues in the engineering fund. Those revenues would come from capital projects. Okay. And lastly, in the bond, in the GO bond fund, increasing ad valorem tax revenues there by 6.9 million, because the rate that currently proposed is a little bit higher than what the current rate is, to 21.9. It's now 24.5 or 24.6. And the next item has to do with the hot transfer. As it is currently proposed, we decrease the revenues coming from the hot fund, and that debt service would be paid out of the GO debt ad valorem tax revenue. And lastly, the 3.9 million for lease purchase payment would be moved, decrease in the general fund and increase in the debt service fund. Here, jump into the special revenue funds, the amendments in those areas, what we just discussed, the Buck Days marketing, if that were to be done, would be an increase of 100,000 in hotel occupancy tax. And then the decrease in the debt service payment would be a reduction in expenditures to potentially be used for capital repairs at the convention center of almost 2.1. The reinvestment zone number 2, which is a Packery Channel TIF, On the original, that's a little bit up in the air, so we originally didn't have that, any revenue anywhere, so the revenue is gonna, even if the TIF were to no longer exist, that money would go to the general fund, or 75%. If we came to the conclusion that we're gonna have a 75% of the TIF paid out, going to the TIF, then the other 25 would go to the general fund. But it needed to go somewhere, so we're putting it in the TIF 2 at this point, and that amounts to almost $3.9 million. We didn't appropriate any money for it, we're just adding the revenue. In the visitor facility, we increased arena capital by $1.9 million. That was, as we talked more with OVG, this is not new money, this is money that was there from the past, and we came to the conclusion that a lot of that, we knew for sure that none of the 22 budget that we budgeted was not going to be able to be used for any projects because they're behind on their projects. And then we also came to the conclusion here that another 1.9 million that was from past projects that they weren't going to be able to spend. So we're budgeting that in 23, and we won't have a commitment for it, so it won't be an encumbrance. The Park Development Fund, previously the Community Enrichment Fund, when we did the budget, we just included the a little over 500,000 that we projected to come in 23. These other funds were under audit at the time we presented the proposed budget to you. So we're adding those to the Community Enrichment Fund, which amounts to a little over $2.4 million. Then the residential street is just the other side of the entry that we talked about in the general fund. The property taxes increased, the 4% increase, and the other side of it would be not a decrease, but less of an increase. Street maintenance fund, the same scenario with the general fund, other side of the general fund. And last down there is the position that would be under the current proposal for economic development would be moved from the street fund to the general fund. And then a couple of changes in the CIP area. Those community enrichment funds, 2.1 of the 2.4 were for capital projects, so we had to add something into the CIP program for those particular expenditures. The Ben Garza Gym is a CDBG project that we missed in the proposed budget. We're adding it, that project in here. It's through CDBG funding. And then lastly, the public facility CIP, that the city terrace and suite enhancement project over there for the arena. We're adding some money for that of $1.7 million. And then lastly, some facility improvements added into the CIP of $2.8 million. And I'll stop and stand by for any questions that you might have on.
Well, thank you. So, how much are we really spending on the, so, how many buckets do we have, $2 million?
Like I said, most of this was for projects in the past, but you didn't have that number on how much money do we have in the.
Councilman Smith, could you turn your mic on, please?
How much?
Yeah, okay, yeah. My question is, how much money in total are we spending
overall
in ABC?
in the capital budget?
And all the
7.6
different
for both of
buckets?
them? There's $7.6 million in the CIP for the arena and convention center.
And the $2 million that you're asking for out of the general fund, is that included in it? That, in the 7.6?
Is that, yes, it's in the 7.6.
Okay, so that's going to the CIP, but coming out of cash?
Right.
Okay.
So, and some of that
Right.
7.6 is work in progress, but with the change in the management partner, the accounting is being done differently. We're actually taking over the projects, where before the other company managed them, which that wasn't a good setup. So, so that's what, it's not an increase. A lot of that is the actual work underway, like for the cities.
Okay, so in the fiscal year of '23, we will be spending $7.6 million in, not expansion at all, but just Capital type maintenance items.
Yeah, 5 of that is identified. 2 is bringing over some old balances. When we closed out the old account, the old managing partner, they had 2 million, 1.9 million. So that is just being added to the fund, not necessarily appropriated to a project yet.
Okay, and several projects with the roof being the largest of them.
Right, right now, as you know, we're doing a facility assessment, thorough one, but we know some big ticket items already were identified last year to include the roof, the chiller system, and then the kitchen needs substantial improvement.
And so that's the 2 million in unallocated.
It's going to take that plus at least the 2 million we recommended in this property tax discussion we had earlier today.
Yeah, but the property tax discussion is part of that 7.6 or not?
Yes, it is.
It is, okay.
Right.
Total top is 7.6?
Yes.
Okay. And I hope this really isn't the time to talk about it, that we have some kind of consolidated financial statement produced for that entity.
Okay, we'll have that available. If we don't have it before, we'll have it when we do the contract with the OPG 360.
Yes, that would be a perfect time.
Right. That's good. Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Oh, is that all? Okay,
I think that's it.
great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. So Mayor and Council, we've completed then all the workshops. We appreciate you staying through lunch. And our next step will be to post all of this so we can see where we're at for a conversation on Tuesday. It's not to say that's what the adoption is. We'll put it together so we can have a final conversation on Tuesday, second to final, and the final one will be that next Tuesday, the 6th of September.
I hope you don't have much else on the agenda besides this.
Next
Yeah,
Tuesday?
it's generally light, except for this. We have 2 big things actually next week, the budget and then the presentation on North Beach.
Right, and then we're gonna do the Rebecca's eval in executive session. Just a discussion in executive though. Thank you for that. Okay, all right, well,
Good.
there being no further business, I adjourn
Great,
this
thank you
meeting.
all. Have a great weekend.
The Bond 2022 program proposes 32 projects allocating $125 million